Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Knicks have bigger dreams than an in-season tournament championship, but they'll take it. The Knicks beat the Spurs 124-113 Tuesday night in Las Vegas to capture the NBA Cup, with star point guard Jalen Brunson being named the MVP. While a victory in the NBA Cup doesn't carry the same weight as a title in June, New York can now hang a banner next to the one commemorating their NBA championship in 1973, which was the last time the organization won a title. The game did not count in the standings, so both the Spurs and the Knicks remain at 18-7 on the season. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If you're Michigan, you got to ask not, okay, he's been at one place for so long, can he succeed somewhere else? It's, can the Utah way succeed here in Michigan? And I feel like the Michigan way is the Utah way. Yeah. In terms of physicality, you mentioned Bo Schembechler, that those who stay will be champions mantra. They're going to out-tough you in the trenches. That was Jim Harbaugh's path to a national championship at Michigan. So why not Kyle Whittingham? I think there's a lot of reasons to say yes to that possible marriage. One thing that I think is a possible issue for Whittingham to accept this job is he was not happy about the private equity investment partnership in Utah football. Great point. And that's part of the reason he left. And not only is it a partnership specifically Utah, but also with the Big 12. Well, what is the Big 10 going through right now? Michigan and others not happy that Tony Petitti is partnering with private equity with that conference. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tariffs slammed many U.S. industries earlier this year. That included arts and crafts retail. But one well-known brand in the business is roaring back. Michaels says sales have been strong in recent weeks, with Black Friday weekend a standout especially. The privately held company says comparable sales jumped 12% in the just-finished quarter, and its earnings rose 40%. Michaels expects sales to keep rising in the new year, with the impact from tariffs moderating as it finds new suppliers. For the home building business, this week started with an optimistic take as the latest industry sentiment index showed an uptick. Now we have something of a downtick. Number 2 home builder Lennar is forecasting fewer homes sold this quarter than the market was expecting. It points to affordability pressures and the weakening job market pushing home buyers to the sidelines. Lennar has been leaning heavily on incentives such as discount mortgage rates to drive sales, but that has eaten into its profits. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? Riverwinds Restaurant in West Deptford has you covered. From weddings and anniversaries to corporate banquets and holiday parties, their stunning riverfront views, elegant event rooms, and award-winning cuisine make every occasion unforgettable. And the team at Riverwinds takes care of every detail so you can relax and celebrate. Large or small, formal or casual, there's no better backdrop than Riverwinds. Book your banquet today at 856-579-7900.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Struggling to find the perfect gift this holiday season? Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa is here to make your holiday shopping easy with an MGM Rewards gift card. Give the gift that gives the most to someone special in your life. MGM Rewards gift cards can be used at one of Borgata's delectable dining venues to book a luxurious day at the spa and so much more. Purchase at theborgata.com. And happy holidays from Borgata.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
'Tis the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposely designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Ready to grow your savings and plant the seeds for a stronger financial future? With a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union, you can earn up to 3.05 annual percentage yield and enjoy flexible access to your funds. Or explore our competitive certificate and IRA specials to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on a Wednesday, December 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Wednesday.
Hump day, hump day, hump day.
Tony Bruno coming up from Florida at 7:45 for What's on the Cut Sheet. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm hoping I win that big jackpot prize, $1 billion.
It's up to $1 billion?
Oh, over $1 billion.
Powerball.
Powerball.
Oh, boy.
Jackpot.
We have to pull our funds together. Hello, Gregory.
1.25 billion is what it's at right now.
All right, let's do the obligatory follow-up. Would you come into work the next day if you won?
Powerball surge, 1.25 billion. Yeah, there you go. So, good luck, everybody. When's the drawing?
Tonight.
Tonight. Okay. What do you guys think the word of the year is according to Merriam-Webster? The word of the year. What is the word of 2025 according to Merriam-Webster?
I thought we did this.
I was going to say, I thought Dawn had this maybe a few weeks ago.
She did not. She did not.
Maybe it was a different source.
No, this was. It's completely. When you hear this, you're gonna know we never did this.
Okay. Trump.
The word of the year.
Word of the year.
6-7.
That's good. That's a good one. Dawn Stensland. Guess. Just take a guess. A wild guess.
God, the word of the year.
Well, AI is not a word. I don't know.
Yeah, well.
The thing is, I already know it because it was in my newscast. So
It was in one of your newscasts?
I mean, it's upcoming. It's in my script.
Oh, okay.
In like
You know what I mean?
6 minutes.
Well,
or
no.
less.
I mean, or the big three, or you know what I mean? It's
Gotcha.
like one of those.
The word of the year, according to Merriam-Webster, is slop.
Slop?
Slop.
Wow. I kind of like that word. I thought it would be something really stupid.
Chosen for its spike in searches. A slop means digital content of low quality that is produced usually in quantity by means of artificial intelligence.
Usually that's a farm term, like go
Yes.
out and slop the hog.
That's not what that means, though.
Right.
This is a different slop.
Yeah, different kind of slop.
Well, it's slop adjusted for social media.
Slop dominated social media feeds, including absurd videos, off-kilter advertising images, cheesy propaganda, fake news that looks pretty real, and lots of talking cats, they said.
Talking cats, okay.
Other terms that stood out in 2025 were gerrymander, touch grass.
Yeah, that's been used a lot lately. Why don't you get out there and touch some grass?
Performative, tariff, conclave, and Nick Kayal, 6'7".
I knew 6'7" had to be somewhere in there.
There you go.
That came in 6th or 7th.
It's not a word. It's actually 2 words.
It's true. It's not a word.
Yeah.
But
the phrase that pays coming up.
The word slop is the word of the year, according to Merriam-Webster.
It's also what my wife served for dinner last night.
Why don't you cook?
I know.
Yeah, seriously.
No,
That's a great. Dawn has a great point. Why don't you cook if you don't like it?
No, she actually made a great meal last night.
Okay.
Oh.
She made her homemade meatloaf. I like a little ketchup with brown sugar glazed across the top. Lots of onions in it. It was actually pretty good. I had 4 plates.
4 plates?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I didn't eat lunch yesterday, so I was hungry as a dog around 5:30.
When's that diet starting?
January 5th. Tentatively scheduled.
Wow.
Man.
Yep. I didn't have any sides, though. There was no potatoes. I just had...
Just the meatloaf?
Just the meat.
4 nice slabs. Thick slab, like a quality inch thick slice of meatloaf.
Somebody get the plunger here at Odyssey.
Yeah, I tested all the toilets out last night.
Oh boy.
We're prepared. We can handle a lot. We have a couple of hoppers that are very strong. No French or Canadian toilets in my house. American built.
Mom, get the meatloaf.
Ma, the meatloaf. I never know what she's doing in there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. We have a lot to get into today. As I mentioned, Bruno at 7:45 with the cut sheet. We're going to get into a big take with Albertus, Allentown, and all about the economy yesterday. J.D. Vance versus Josh Shapiro. As the Veep came to the Gov's home state, the Gov was very defensive. We'll get into that coming up. And then also Susie Wiles, Variety, and what exactly...
Vanity Fair.
You threw me for a
What
second.
did I say? Variety?
Yeah. Vanity Fair.
Vanity Fair, I'm sorry. Wait, is it Vanity or Variety?
It's Vanity Fair.
Okay.
It's a women's propaganda.
By the way, too, like when you... I browsed both of their sites. Are they owned by the same company? They almost look identical with the logo and everything.
Probably everybody is owned by the same
Okay.
thing. I want to get into what you just said there. Woman's propaganda, blah, blah, blah. Agreed on all that, by the way. Agreed on all that. Why would she sit down and do 11 interviews with them? 11. Yeah. Why would she sit down and do 11 interviews with them?
I actually felt bad for Caroline Leavitt trying to
I'm tired of this
slop.
I'm tired of this of like it was a left-wing hit job. Okay, then don't sit down and do an interview with a magazine then. You guys make yourself available for literally everything.
You got to do it live or taped alive.
She sat down for 11 interviews. So stop with this nonsense.
Or bring your own recorder.
Yes.
And
not just a recorder.
Yeah.
And bring your own camera.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And don't stop recording.
Unless
do everything.
Unless you knew the outcome and you wanted to twist this into, see, look, left-wing media. It's left-wing media's fault. Left-wing media did a hit job. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Don't sit down and do an interview.
I would have
You can't sit here and say, the mainstream media, and then everybody sits down and does interviews with mainstream media. It's ridiculous.
They're not your friends.
It's stupid.
We'll get into the details and also the comments coming out from not only Trump, but Trump Jr. had some good comments as well. We'll do all of that right after the big take, but we do have a lot of news to get to, so let's get down to business. Round 1, 6:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Wednesday morning December 17th. It's okay. It's 23 degrees. I know the roads are still frozen. A lot of side roads are still pretty nasty out there, but it's going to feel like a heat wave today with 46 degrees and sunshine. So,
all right, everybody get out and touch grass.
Yeah, touch grass.
If you can
Only
find
Tony,
some.
Bruno, and Miss Robin
I was
can
just gonna say,
see any grass,
find
let alone
grass.
touch
Yeah.
Grass.
We won't see our grass till February.
Woo! But it will seriously feel like a heat wave coming up in the forecast. We'll talk about all the rain and unusually mild weather as we march toward, Sunday is the first day of winter, so sort of opposite land, if you will. Let's talk about what's going on in the news today as we look at this tragedy involving an Uber driver that we've talked a lot about. And this was an Uber driver who was involved in this horrible accident, a man fleeing the scene of the crash there and killed the Uber passenger. So we now know that this individual finally turned himself in. This is the hit and run driver who struck that Uber driver, who turns out to be a local minister, by the way. So in this one, this suspect finally turning himself in, according to police, accused of critically injuring the Uber driver, the preacher that I'm talking about, and killing the Uber driver's passenger. So this guy surrenders to police late last night. 35-year-old Joseph Sini taken into custody, that according to Philadelphia police. They say that Sini was fleeing the scene from the Philadelphia Sheriff's Department when he actually crashed into the preacher, 51-year-old Stephen Thompson, 9th and Girard, Monday morning this was. And they say that this guy runs from the scene after that crash. And Preacher Thompson had suffered 8 broken ribs, a collapsed lung. That's according to his family. His wife, Janelle Thompson, speaking out in the media saying that, that she feels that they've all been praying for her husband. They actually had a charity fundraiser that they were donating toys and food and that sort of thing in Kensington. So the mission goes on, which is an incredible story given the fact that this preacher is now in the hospital. But his passenger, 63-year-old Angela Cooper, she died in this crash. She was killed in this crash. So neighbors describing Angela Cooper, the victim here, as a caring person, devoted mom, family woman who always helped clean up the block and was a beloved neighbor and family member as they grieve her death. But as far as this one goes, this guy, I don't have this series of charges that he's now facing for this. I can only tell you that the suspect who turned himself in, he was fleeing from police. Why? Well, because he was fleeing a domestic assault warrant when he took off in the car and then is accused of running into Preacher Thompson and allegedly, killing the 63-year-old lady.
Fleeing from one bad deed, and then he commits another awful act.
Yeah.
It's painful to absorb.
Just a tragic story as the community wraps their brain around it. I know the church, and we'll continue to follow this. I know that...
Still against going in Waymo?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, but if a fleeing suspect rammed into your Waymo vehicle, you know what I mean? Are you any safer in that vehicle?
I don't know. That's a good point.
Because a lot of those vehicles are tiny little vehicles.
Yeah,
that's true.
So there's that.
Yeah.
So we got that going on. Since he was fleeing an alleged domestic situation, I will tell you that in New Jersey, the jury has begun these deliberations in the aggravated assault trial of the Atlantic City mayor. So this is a story, I had covered it, when it was about to begin. We haven't talked a whole lot about this one, but the jury beginning deliberations in this one is the Atlantic City mayor, Marty Small Sr. His fate is in the hands of this jury after more than 3 hours of closing arguments in that aggravated assault trial. This is a domestic situation. He's accused, this has been going on for quite some time, for well over a year, but he's accused of beating his daughter with a broom back in a year ago, it was January of 2024, allegedly knocking her unconscious, later threatening her. He's facing charges including aggravated assault, terroristic threats, witness tampering. So in this case, it's what they're painting this as is the mayor, who was, as we know, was reelected by a huge margin. I mean, slam dunk, right? He was reelected, even though everybody knew that he was facing these charges. So the mayor, Small, and his wife, they have said that this was a family situation. Their teenage daughter was out of control when this boyfriend, who, by the way, is suing the city now for millions, but the boyfriend was coming over to the house, and this was a situation where they had to get things under control. They are painting this as a manipulative boyfriend who took some of these videos that are shown in court, but they also say that his daughter did go to the hospital, their daughter did go to the hospital. There's zero medical evidence of such claims as these quote-unquote brutal beatings, that sort of thing. So the prosecutors in this one, they say, they recapped the state's evidence yesterday showing the photos of the daughter's injuries. They played recordings, and that's of the screaming matches, of the dad especially screaming at his daughter. But what the defense team for the mayor, they've come out and they've said in court yesterday, yelling at your daughter who is out of control with the boyfriend in the house and all these shenanigans going on, yelling is not domestic abuse. Right. Yelling at your, albeit aggravated,
sure,
that is in your own home, by the way.
But beating him with a broom is, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're claiming he's this abusive parent. The parents and the defense team saying that's not what this is about. As far as Small, he had taken the stand in his own defense last week, broke down in tears, describing his relationship with his daughter, how it deteriorated, again, blaming the boyfriend, but claiming that this is, that he's a gentle giant. He would never hurt anybody. He would never, harm his child. He's 6'4". He's a big guy. He's like 6'4", 250. He's a pretty big guy.
Did he chastise or assault the boyfriend?
Well, that's what's interesting. I don't think that there's as any charge or any allegation involving Small with the boyfriend.
Okay.
It's just that this beating of a broom allegation, and he testified in his defense saying that she had picked up a broom, came toward her dad with the broom. He was defending himself that when she fell backward. So that's what he says she did fall backward, but that they had then, they took her to the doctor, all of that there were these alleged, situations where he somehow beat his daughter. He's saying he would never beat his daughter. There was an accident when they were in the heat of this argument over the boyfriend.
Yeah.
So it's, what does the jury believe here? Do they believe the dad, the parents on that side? And by the way, his wife, Mrs. Small, is the superintendent of the Atlantic City Public Schools. So she too is facing charges for not reporting alleged abuse and is scheduled to be tried separately next month.
Oh boy.
So will the jury believe, a dad who says my daughter and her teen daughter, boyfriend, out of control situation, I'm in my own house, and yes, I'm triggered, I'm angry, but I never did these things. I never hurt her. It's a manipulative boyfriend. But he faces, if this jury finds him guilty of a third-degree charge or higher, he would be required, first of all, he'd lose his job. He would have to step down as mayor. And like I say, he was just reelected earlier this year, but he could face jail time.
Yeah.
So
precisely why my daughters will not date until they're 30.
So what is their dating age? So they're 11 now. You have to set down the law.
Yeah, they have 19 more years. Or unless I drop dead of a heart attack first, whatever happens first.
See, my dad, the rule was you cannot date until you are 16.
Yeah, that'll probably be our rule.
And then, even then, you're not allowed to go on a car date. The boy has to come to the house. So he can come to the house a few times and meet mom and dad and hang out, whatever, on the porch or watch TV, play whatever.
Yep, curfew.
In the house.
Yep, and curfew. Once you're a senior in high school, curfew 10 o'clock during the week and 11:30 on the weekends. I can't wait to intimidate the first boyfriend when he shows up and rings the doorbell.
How are you going to do that?
I have my shirt off, open up the door, big gut sticking out. What are you doing here? Who are you taking out, me or Olivia? What's your name? You have ID?
You got to put some lipstick on.
Are you a registered voter?
By then, I'll be in my underwear. You know the underwear, don't you, son?
That's right.
the ones that read, "If you lived here, you'd be home now."
Nobody knows what you're talking about,
I know.
Greg.
It's still a great line. It's still a great line.
Oh my God! All I'm saying is, since I could remember, my dad would say, you know what I mean? So you have to start saying it now.
Yeah.
So that's the narrative. It's the dad narrative that you set that forth.
Yep.
And set down the law.
That's right.
The other advice I will just pass on from my dad, who's always listening and loves us. He said that he would take me and my sister prom dress shopping. That it would be a daughter-dad thing. The dad gets to take you shopping and buy your prom dress.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
Because why? Think about what prom dresses look like.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Too provocative.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So dad goes along, and
Yep.
dad's like,
And
"Oh no, look at this! You should see my prom dress.
And
it's like
it's-
this lace. It's like this high neck, long."
And as some 17-year-old boy wants to defile you, you will always remember your father bought you that. As you look at that dress, you're like, "Oh boy, I can't do this."
Or
right?
maybe you think twice.
Well, that's what I mean.
You know,
that's
like,
what I
right?
mean. You
If
think
you-
twice because
because
your father bought that for
dads,
My
you know.
daughters will be covered up like they're chicks in a Muslim country. You go show your eyes, and that's it.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Well, anyway, so we'll find out. We have 5 years to find out if he sets forth that rule, right?
Yeah.
He'll be dead by then. It doesn't matter.
Will you stop?
He will
guys?
be.
God willing.
You know, every day I have all this, bad and depressing news. I have an update for you. Do you remember the little boy, 10-year-old little boy, who was badly burned in the Northeast during that medical plane crash?
Yes.
That we covered on a Friday. And he's coming home from the hospital, suffered 90% burns over 90% of his entire body. And that was January 31st when that Learjet, the medical transport plane that we talked about, turns out it didn't have a working black box for years, they said, but it crashed on Cottman Ave right near the Roosevelt Mall, killing all 6 people on board, including the little girl that was the reason she was at the children's hospital. It was a medical transport. But in this case, this 10-year-old little boy, he came home, headed home yesterday after spending nearly a year in the hospital.
Wow.
Just in time for Christmas.
Wow, that is a Christmas miracle. A year in the hospital at 10 years old. Holy man.
So his grandma, the family, and just celebrating Ramesis Viana. He was 9. He turned 10 in the hospital. And, the family just praising all the doctors and the nurses and the medical professionals, and, just thanking them for saving him.
What do you think that medical bill is going to look like, by the way?
6 figures.
Oh, my God, dude.
Probably
8 figures.
Yeah.
Once again, your numbers are always wrong.
It's bad math. Yeah.
It'd be cheap if it turned out to be $1 million, right?
Yeah, 100%.
But he was Ramesis riding in the car with his father, Stephen Druitt Jr., and Mr. Druitt's fiance, Dominique. And so in this one, Dominique Goods Burke, Druitt, we had deaths, obviously, in this situation. In this one, it's his fiance had passed away. It's just such a sad story. But out of this one, this little boy coming home in time for Christmas, just such a sweet story. And also remember, it was a bystander who ran toward the car and helped.
Yeah.
Remember that one. And that his back, he was still on fire when the bystander came out and then doused the flames. So thanking everybody at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children, for sure. But his classmates giving him gifts. I mean, it's just amazing. So we just celebrate his life and certainly his survival. We also have avian influenza, because I have to do some little medical story for you. But avian influenza, well, we now know it's the cause of death for hundreds of snow geese.
Oh, boy.
Discovered at a quarry, Northampton County.
It's probably in Bangor. Soccer probably jumped into this quarry back in the day.
Definitely did.
So this is the Pennsylvania Game Commission confirming this. They're working to safely remove all these dead birds And the U.S. Outbreak of these highly pathogenic avian influenza birds, it started, 3 years ago.
I got to tell you guys that, Nick is correct. I used to swim in quarries because I'm a mountain person. But I believe that my immune system is an immune system of a god because I used to swim in quarries, and God only knows what diseases, bacteria, crap was in there.
A lot of slop in the Lehigh Valley.
A lot of it. So yes, at the time it was fun. But I believe that it's going to help me live longer.
Have they reported any cases, Dawn, of this jumping from bird to human?
It's very rare that it ever does that.
Okay.
So thank God for that. But they are cleaning up the mess because it does go, it can affect, it can affect farm animals like the chickens and whatnot. So we got that going on. And yes, as we mentioned, Powerball jackpot growing to the estimated $1.25 billion for tonight's drawing, after lottery officials say no ticket matched all 6 numbers that were drawn Monday night. And so we've seen more than a dozen of these lottery jackpot prizes exceed $1 billion. And this is a
bunch of suckers.
I know.
Wasting their money.
How much does a Powerball ticket cost?
I don't know.
A couple bucks.
Couple
few
bucks?
I mean,
I've never played the lottery. As much as I love gambling and risk, I've never played the lottery. I'm tempted to stop by a convenience store today. It's always like a random corner store, right? That gives out the lottery ticket. You know, the place where you go to get like your chips or soda when you're.
Don't waste your money. Just don't waste your money. You're not going to win.
I know I'm not going to win, obviously. I understand the odds.
So take that money and put it somewhere else.
Yeah. I've never played before. Might do it. You say it's 6 numbers?
Yep. 6 numbers.
The daily number is 3, correct? And then there's the
Powerball.
And then there's the 4. I remember my old man used to watch the daily number on 6ABC. I gotta see what the daily number is.
Don't they still have it on 6ABC?
I think so, yeah.
Is that where the balls come up and they?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think they do.
pong balls?
I don't think they
Do
do
they not
that
do that
anymore.
anymore?
No.
Oh, we got to bring that back.
Come on, that was like an '80s thing.
Come on. But the reason they say for the jackpot drought is that the odds of winning the top prize are 1 in 292.2 million. And it's those odds that create the large jackpots designed to attract attention and drive up the sales. So your odds of, when you get like the claw and your kid like goes, I want that dopey and the claw, right? Your odds are way better of winning something with the claw machine.
Mm-hmm. I've won those claw machines a bunch of times.
Yeah, I always find the ones that are super greasy and it just slips right out.
Yeah.
But you have to have a knack for it. I wonder if it's a tall guy, because Greg, you're tall. My son David is about your height, right? 6'3".
Yeah.
Every time he wins.
Yep.
So maybe it's the angle, or I don't know what that is.
Maybe it's our skill.
Yeah.
Our skill set. We don't have.
It's good looks, height, and skill.
Exactly.
But 1 in 292 million. Oops, what say to?
How silly.
How silly. So we got that going on.
Yeah.
We are sponsored in the news by Kitchen Magic. This year's almost over, so refresh your home with Kitchen Magic. This December, 30% off cabinet refacing. 30. That's amazing, isn't it? A third off, 30% off for your kitchen cabinet refacing, and 50% half off bathroom installations. So you got to lock these prices in for 2025, by the way. So if you do this right now, you're locking everything in. You're good to go. And family owned, family operated since 1979, made right here in the USA. Tariff proof. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Feel the magic, at least in your kitchen, kitchenmagic.com.
By the way, David in South Carolina has a great question for you, Nick. He says, if you win the lottery, how will you go out with this radio station? Will you go out politely, or will you go out with a blaze of glory? It's a very good question.
I'll put in a 2-month notice. I'll hang around until the successor is named, and then I'm going to vanish.
So would you? So you wouldn't come on and like MF me out?
No.
Okay.
No. Might even give you a little bit of my winnings. I think we should pull our money together and play it as a show.
No, I don't want to do that.
All right. Suit yourself.
That never goes well.
Yeah.
Somebody ends up murdering somebody.
Usually jobs do it as a company.
They used to do it here as a company.
What, lawyers get involved and shut it down?
No, I don't know what happened. Melissa Palladino, one of our great sales gals, can I say that, sales gals? One of our sales women.
Account executives
used to collect all the money for it.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
You taking the lump sum if you win, or are you taking?
I'm not playing because I'm not a sucker.
All right.
Oh God, these people with the if I put $5, you're not going to win. You might as well take that $5 and flush it down the drain.
1 in 292 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are not good odds. Now here's the other thing.
Go jump at a quarry in Penardrel.
If you pick your own numbers,
yeah,
rather than let the machine do it, you have better odds.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Now, what's the highest number? Is it go from 0 to 99 or 0 to 100? I'm gonna have to study this later today.
Yeah, you do that.
I'm gonna do that.
You do that.
I'm
pal.
gonna win.
You're gonna play. You might as well take your money and burn it.
I'm gonna play the daily number too, and then put on 6 ABC. Look for the results, like my pops did.
Can you imagine if he won?
Yeah, it'd be great. Philly weather currently 22 degrees, but it is going up to 46 degrees today with sunny skies.
I don't know. The Kayal Company Doppler says 29 degrees.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've got weather.com that says 22. We have a discrepancy.
6:29 a.m., 28.9 degrees. So I'm rounding up at 29 degrees.
Well, then it's going to go up 17 more degrees today.
Nice.
It's going to hit 46. Tomorrow, 50. And then how about this? Friday, now it's going to be a ton of showers. Lots of rain on Friday, but 60 degrees on Friday.
Oh, God, all the snow's going to melt.
It'll be all gone.
Oh, God.
It's going to be nasty. But here's the thing about that 60. We'll reach it in the morning.
Ooh.
And then it gets colder throughout the day.
Okay.
How weird is that?
It is weird. Yeah.
Then it gets colder Friday night.
So it'll melt and then freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then Sunday pops back up like in the low 50s. It's this weird roller coaster, isn't
That's
it?
correct. All right, coming up next, midweek big take as J.D. Vance and Josh Shapiro were sparring right here in our own state yesterday. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're still in this Arctic blast, looking forward to a little reprieve in the weather as the roller coaster forecast makes its way through the week. If you've been procrastinating and maybe getting your old furnace replaced, stop doing that. Stop putting it off. We tell our kids, don't put that off. Get your homework done. Get your assignments done. Study now, right? We need to practice what we preach. So you don't want to get left out in the cold. So call my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, to replace that old unit with a train furnace or heat pump, TRANE. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Just go to marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
Demand is growing for health and wellness foods in the U.S. Future Market Insights reports demand is valued at more than $183 billion in 2025 and will reach more than $328 billion in 10 years. Consumers interested in prevention nutrition, weight management, and digestive wellness are seeking nutrient-dense products with reduced sugar, sodium, and artificial additives. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
6:33 Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have you in on this Wednesday. Tony Bruno coming up from Florida at 7:45. A lot of other great stories to get to along the way. But right now, let's get to a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, Albertus, Allentown, all about the economy for 48. You know, Pennsylvania holds all the keys. It is the most important swing state amongst the seven, and when it pertains to the Keystone State, the swingiest of the swing states, the Lehigh Valley, is paramount for presidents. Northampton County, in fact, the ultimate bellwether county, and just west of Northampton County is Lehigh County. Vice President J.D. Vance, he was there yesterday in the greater Allentown area, and it was a very smart move for the man who is the odds-on favorite to be the next president of the United States and easily the top Republican in the next primary. Earlier in the morning, economy news, good economic news, some financials came out courtesy of CNBC. Listen and watch this.
Yes, October and November for the big jobs report. The only thing is it's not Friday. Here we go. November's number comes in at 64,000. 64,000 on non-farm. And if we look at average hourly earnings, they are up 0.1% year over year, up 3.5%.
That's the number to focus on, 3.5%. Also, gas prices are now below $3 a gallon in, count them, 38. That's right, 38 of the 50 states. Just 2 weeks ago, that number was 30. It's gone up to 38 in the last 14 days. And locally, every gas station in my vicinity, much to my surprise, in the Bluebell, Whitpain Township area, is now under $2.99 a gallon. $2.99 a gallon or less. In fact, my local Wawa, $2.99, is the highest of the 3 or 4 places that are usually within a 2-mile radius that I look for gas prices. Rent prices, check this out yesterday. They are coming down, even if only modestly. 13 different outlets confirmed that rent is down 1.7% in 2025 and down 3.6% since August of 2023. Now, if only groceries and energy costs from utility companies would drop, we'd be in a much better spot. And this before potentially tariff dividend checks coming, if they do come at all. J.D. Vance turning the Keystone State into his own backyard, talking about the Trump economy, as well as the Vance economy, in 11 months under the 47th president of the United States, and some of their economic wins for Pennsylvania. Listen and watch this.
When we talk about all the wage growth, when we talk about all the people who are coming into the United States to invest in the American worker, we've got real money, real jobs, and real opportunity. What that means for the state of Pennsylvania is that in just the last 11 months, we're creating 60,000 good-paying jobs for Pennsylvania families, and we're bringing in, just in this one Commonwealth, $100 billion of new investment into this great place. That is real opportunity for the American people. That is real wage growth for the American people. And look, I grew up in a community. I was raised by my grandmother in a community where, when I was growing up, the factories were closing down. And those good paying jobs, they weren't coming into our communities. They were getting shipped overseas by politicians in Washington, D.C. The President of the United States has set this entire administration on a different course. We are sick of rewarding companies that ship jobs overseas. We're going to reward companies that build right here in America and give Americans good wages to do it.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro has been in the national spotlight over the last week, and he was very active and very defensive yesterday, both in front of microphones and on social media. He had this to say about J.D. Vance's appearance in his state. Listen and watch.
I think it is insulting to the people of Pennsylvania that this guy shows up and lies to the good people of Pennsylvania and tries to convince them to unsee something they saw with their own eyes. Rising prices at the grocery store and elsewhere. So I guess JD was afraid to upset his boss, and this is what you get. More lies here in Pennsylvania. Good people of Pennsylvania are pretty darn smart, and I know they'll reject JD's BS.
All right, you want to talk about lies, Josh? Let's talk about your broken gas price promises, shall we? Why is Pennsylvania's gas priced so high? With a national average as of last week under $3 a gallon, we were not seeing those prices throughout the Commonwealth on average. Well, it's because we have the third highest gas tax in the country. Only liberal strongholds, California and Illinois, are higher. And speaking of promises, back in 2022, 3 years ago, Josh Shapiro promised every Pennsylvania family a $250 gas tax refund per vehicle if he became governor. Yet here we are, paying more and still waiting over 3 years later. I look forward to your rebuttal, Governor. And did you know in Pennsylvania, the motor fuel tax rate is 57 cents per gallon? It is one of the highest in the nation. And when you toss in the federal excise tax, that total tax is 76 cents per gallon. Way to go, Gov. And when it comes to the midterms of 2026 and the next general election in 2028, it'll all be about money. How much money do you have in your pocket? And it could take money for Republicans to win. Axios now reporting that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have reunited, and Musk has started funding Republicans for the 2026 midterms to ensure that Republicans keep the House and Donald Trump can continue out his term with his vision on his economic terms. But there's no doubt that the media is starting a soft launch of Josh Shapiro, especially in the event that AOC or Gavin Newsom are not the best option for the Democrats. Axios now making the case for Josh Shapiro, where they write, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro has a plan that could give him an edge in the 2028 primary. Engineer a blowout for his state's Democrats in next year's midterms to prove he can turn the Electoral College's biggest battleground blue again. He's only at 4% in the polls right now for early 2028 primaries, despite a robust national media strategy and his considerable popularity in a must-win swing state that President Trump carried last year. Top Democrats say Shapiro, who won his 2022 campaign for governor by double digits, is betting that a strong 2026 performance could help him stand out in a field that could include better-known contenders such as Vice President, or I should say former Vice President Kamala Harris, and California Governor Gavin Newsom. That's great and all, but polling-wise, Shapiro's not resonating. Gavin Newsom leads the way at 31%. Kamala Harris at 20%. You know her, the lady who didn't pick you, Josh, because she was afraid that you would outshine her, and perhaps because you're Jewish. Mayor Pete is actually doubling you up at 10%, as Josh Shapiro sits anywhere between 4 and 6% when you look at a variety of polls. Then, of course, we know the dirt will resurface on Josh Shapiro's past. Ben Manis, frequent guest of the Dawn Show, tweeting this yesterday. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro faces deepening ethics questions from taxpayer-funded home upgrades to transgender surgery for minors to the tune of $31 million of your tax dollars to deleted emails in his sexual harassment case. The column at Broad and Liberty calls for an investigation. Not a good look for Mr. Shapiro, and all that will rise up when you enter the national stage and you're out of the friendly confines of the Keystone State. And then, of course, finally, we have the fraudulence that is Josh Shapiro, because we talk about AOC and Gavin Newsom being frauds. Josh is kind of a fraud, too, if you think about it. If we noted that Kamala Harris has adopted fake accents, we would have to do the same if we're being consistent about Josh Shapiro. And how could we ignore the fake Barack Obama vibes? Listen and watch.
It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read.
Now, as long as you're not driving on the Schuylkill, I want you to close your eyes and listen to this longer form of Josh Shapiro as he imitates Barack Obama. Listen and watch.
Now, gang, you could not have a clear contrast in this race. You could not have a clear contrast between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Now, let me tell you something. He's pretty afraid. Y'all see, he's backing out of the debate now. He's afraid to stand toe-to-toe with our vice president.
Y'all see that? Affordability is ultimately the name of the game. And the clock is ticking on Republicans for the midterms, but it's still a long 3 years away for J.D. Vance to wait his turn. If I'm Josh Shapiro or even Gavin Newsom, I'd be careful with criticizing anyone's economy when they themselves are not rolling in the dough in their own respective states right now. It's one of those things where you better have everything buttoned up and your closet in order before you take shots and step on that national stage. And again, it's all about money. And that's what will happen in 2026 and in 2028. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take, if you want to jump in this morning, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Yeah, I thought it was a smart move. I think Shapiro was very on the defensive yesterday, Dawn. And if you are any Republican, the more times you come to Pennsylvania, especially smack dab in the middle of a bellwether county or two, I think it only benefits you. Your thoughts on the way everything played out yesterday economically?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
As far as J.D. Vance, we actually took it live because his speech, for whatever reason, it was delayed. And then they had some warm-ups like Congressman Ryan McKenzie, who, of course, won in Northampton County, did a great job and talked about affordability before Mamdani ever did. I think that's why he won and helped win the House. But as far as J.D. Vance, you know, when you hear him, and I took it live yesterday on my show just because the way that it timed out, and just said, what does everybody think? He's just so relaxed. I mean, that's the first thing you notice.
Very
he gets
calm.
up there, whatever was going on weather-wise or whatever, there was a slight delay, whatever. He comes out there and he just he puts it all out there. He explains everything so well, and in truth, better than anybody. He talks about the affordability issue, but he talks about causation. So that's just it. What caused this so-called affordability crisis? And so he went through it and he did a great job at it, but just in a common sense way, as if he's your neighbor going, yeah, well, you know what happened? It all started, 4 years ago and this happened. So I thought that was great. And that's what you notice when you play Shapiro reacting to him. Shapiro could never match just that comfortability that JD has, that conversational manner about him. As far as Governor Shapiro, and I've interviewed State Senator Kim Ward, the pro tempore, a lot recently, as well as other leading Republican women, including, Stacey Garrity, who's the treasurer, who's running obviously for governor against Shapiro. And what they're all saying is, and at first I just didn't see it. They're saying that, in fact, Josh Shapiro has a woman problem, a strong woman problem. In other words, whether it was Kamala Harris, whether it's women here, you talked about his speaking, his manner of speaking, Nick, that they talk about the way that he speaks when he's even in an open hearing to the guys asking the questions as opposed to the women asking the questions. And, sort of gets testy. That's the allegation here.
You think he got testy? I know Kamala was, ripping Shapiro in the book. And then I think it was last week Shapiro was on with Simone, what's-her-face, on MSNBC. And Shapiro kind of doubled down, saying, yeah, she was really just trying to cover her ass by writing these books and all this stuff. You think that was maybe the big turnoff? Was that maybe Kamala, and it's not a defense of Kamala Harris, but do you think maybe Kamala Harris sensed what you're talking about here? I don't know. Do people think Kamala Harris is a strong woman? At times she can get very loud and adamant. I give her credit for that. Maybe that was like the friction between her and Shapiro, where Shapiro couldn't handle a strong woman, whereas Tim Walz was just happy to be invited to the party.
That's the allegation here. Again, I think I don't know. I think conservative women are not for me. I don't look for that. It takes a lot for me to say those things or believe those things, because I think that a real problem that we have in today's society is too many people playing a victim card. Oh, they don't like me because I'm fill in the blank. I'm this skin color, I'm this religion, I'm this gender, I'm whatever. And so I think that the women who are telling me this are also women who don't like to think that way. And so that's the surprising angle of this, that they've finally said the quiet part out loud that, yeah. And the fact that during his administration, there was this huge sex scandal involving a Republican, very moderate Republican, right, that he hired, that he brought in, I should say, that had settled, what was it, $300,000 he settled, right? It was hundreds of thousands of dollars they settled
because
with this woman, but that they're not being transparent.
Right. And if he does, in fact, declare and make a run for the presidency and wants to be one of the options in the Democratic primary, especially if he somehow would win, and I don't think he will win. I think it'll either be Newsom or AOC, and I know we have a long way to go till we get to that point. Although I do think from a general election standpoint, I think Shapiro would have a better chance of winning than Gavin Newsom. I think Newsom is easier to pick apart. But Josh Shapiro's not going to have that soft landing anymore. He's got it pretty good in the state of Pennsylvania. Media doesn't press him too much on any of the baggage. But that all goes out the window. And I actually think even from a legacy media standpoint, in those moments when you're on that debate stage and NBC's hosting or CBS has a moderator up there, they are going to ask those questions. They're not going to not going to press them like they would a Republican. But if you think they're going to gloss over it, I'd be stunned.
Well, that's just it. When the media asks tough questions, they're actually doing, especially a candidate, they're doing somebody a favor, because now it's like lifting weights. You're used to that, right? You're vetted, in other words. So with this one, another issue with the transparency issue, and that's what the Republicans in Pennsylvania have been working on, is they're pushing Josh Shapiro, the governor, about $1 million in security upgrades, taxpayer dollars being spent on his personal home right in Abington in Montgomery County, not just the $22 million that's at the governor's mansion after that horrific fire.
Yeah.
And so again, the allegations here are, why isn't he being transparent? Whether it's a sex scandal,
his house was almost burnt.
Well, the
burned
governor's
to the ground.
mansion.
Yeah, so
But-
you don't think he should get more security? for
absolutely.
that?
And
Okay.
I pressed Senator Ward about that, and she said, absolutely. We were all horrified. Everybody united. I mean, Pam Bondi called. Everybody called and said, "Oh my God, this is horrifying."
Right.
And that arsonist, we can say, is now locked away for decades, if not his entire life. But Greg, this goes to the point of the transparency issue. That if you're, and by the way, unprecedented to spend $1 million in security upgrades in your private residence, which you get to keep that. The governor's mansion, yes, you could argue that that's a property of Pennsylvanians, but really $22 million, that's a lot. But $1 million in security for the home in Abington, what's the sales price of the home? I mean, and I don't have the answers, and that's just it. They want to know where were the taxpayers' dollars being spent to really, provoke that level of a security upgrade on a private residence that they keep, $1 million.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Did they get bulletproof windows? I really don't know what that would cost and what it is. And that's just the point. Nobody knows.
Right. Shapiro was also, he's up in Harrisburg discussing JD Vance in Albertus, saying that home at the Mack Truck, where Mack Truck lives.
Yeah.
And he said Mack Truck just had to lay off 300 people because of the president's tariffs. Roll this.
Okay.
I also thought it was somewhat ironic that on a day when a terrible jobs report came out, J.D. Vance was in a community where Mack Truck is, who had to lay off 300 people in the Lehigh Valley because of the president's tariffs and the vice president's tariffs. Their failed economic policies are hurting the good people of Pennsylvania. Now contrast that with what we've done. We've brought Republicans and Democrats together to cut taxes 7 different times, put money back in people's pockets. We've got the only growing economy, Pennsylvania does, in the northeastern part of the United States. Our bond rating is up. We've got about an $8 billion surplus. We're in strong shape, and we're showing calm and steady leadership. Contrast that with the chaos coming out of the Trump-Vance administration. I think it is insulting to the people of Pennsylvania that this guy shows up and lies to the good people of Pennsylvania and tries to convince them to unsee something they saw with their own eyes, rising prices at the grocery store and elsewhere. So I guess JD was afraid to upset his boss, and this is what you get, more lies here in Pennsylvania. Good people of Pennsylvania are pretty darn smart, and I know they'll reject JD's BS.
They didn't lie. He didn't lie, though, and he kept saying
He's not wrong
these
about
prices
the 300
are
layoffs, though, at Mack Truck.
Those layoffs, Greg, I announced that last April. Okay. Those layoffs were announced in last April. Okay. And they were...
It's decimating the manufacturing industry. I mean, you can't discount that. You can't discount that the tariffs, even if Mack trucks are made.
Well, they did say it was going to be painful for a short period of time.
Okay.
So that's to me, that's being honest. I mean,
but I'm
Trump
just saying
said,
he's correct in when he's saying that you're going into a town that, I mean, Nick, we know that town very well. Like that is a blue collar manufacturing town. Mm-hmm. That is, like going into that town and saying, oh, the economy is peachy keen. A plus is what JD Vance said. To those people, not a smart move. Well, it's not a smart move.
It will be very interesting to see if, in fact, we do get Shapiro versus Vance, because let's face it, Trump has won Pennsylvania 2 out of 3 times, and obviously JD connected to that the second time around. And then, of course, the governor is now running. So, I mean, honestly, that I think that's going to be the most compelling thing. I can't call it right now. I could not predict JD Vance versus Josh Shapiro for who wins Pennsylvania. I mean, we will be front and center nationally. This show will get picked up nationally, guaranteed by the media.
Let me just put inject some factoids here. This announcement by Mack Truck, you understand, was announced about 8 to 10 weeks into the Trump administration. That's when that was announced.
It was April of 25. Right?
I reported it in the news. Mm-hmm. So it was about 8 to 10 weeks into the Trump administration. I mean, I don't know. Does that happen that quickly in 8 weeks into an administration that that wasn't coming due to the economy? It's just boom.
All I'm saying is that when you go into that, when you go into that area and you tout that this economy is A plus.
He didn't say that.
Yes,
I listened to.
He 100% did. He 100%
JD Vance.
Did. Yes.
What he said was, play it then. I played almost the whole speech. What he said was, and I even said it was like present participle, present tense. It was like prices are coming down. We are working on this. And he went through each and every issue and he gave the timeline. He did it quite eloquently, but he didn't say things are better now or we've done the job. He said, we are working on it. We've been working on it. And think about it. Trump won January 20th. Okay. No other Biden or Obama, nobody was held to this standard that you got in office and everything should magically be happy and wonderful and everything should be improved by a snap of your fingers.
Right.
I mean, Trump and this administration, they're not magic genies. They're working their keisters off. But I would submit to you, and I will look into it, Greg, to your point. But to fully blame a new federal administration on Pennsylvania layoffs at Mack Truck about 8 to 10 weeks into the new administration, I don't know that I've seen that where you can completely blame it.
Yeah, I don't know how
you know what I'm saying?
I don't know how you could, unless you're just forecasting and projecting. Like if you're Mack Truck in April and you say, well, this is going to get bad for us in 3 or 6 months. We need to start trimming fat now. To your point, Dawn, and this is where I tend to agree, but again, I don't know what the numbers look like. I find it odd that the tariffs would be directly impacting them at such an early juncture of their implementation.
Right. Yes. And at the time,
not to say that it couldn't happen in June.
Again,
or
nobody's saying that it was the Trump administration's fault. What we're saying is that he went in there and said that it's an A plus economy. And people aren't feeling that, especially in the Lehigh Valley. I'm sorry, they're not. Especially in that manufacturing district, in that area. In the manufacturing area, they're not feeling that. They're not. So it's disingenuous to say that.
That's fair. I mean, it depends on what industry you work in. If you work in that industry, probably sucks. If you're a Wall Street person, you're probably not feeling it. Again, the economy is very personal to what you shop for, what you buy, what industry you work in, what profession you're employed by. So to me, it's not one size fits all, right? Because some people they use the stock market as a gauge for the economy, and then you tout that or you don't tout that. But if you're in the trucking industry or the agricultural industry, in certain spots, you probably are in a rougher spot, and we see it at the grocery store.
But don't get played on this. I mean, that's just it. Part of this is Democrats came out early spring, like I say, maybe 10 weeks into the Trump administration and said, oh, look at this instability of these tariffs, instability, and pointed to a company that's announcing layoffs that I don't know. I'm just thinking, you probably knew those layoffs were coming. Usually a company knows layoffs are coming. Maybe the employees don't know the layoffs are coming.
Radio.
Think of recently iHeart. They didn't know that everybody suddenly, you know what I mean? Think of any industry.
Roll this.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is Iris Sentner from Politico. President Trump last week gave his economy a grade of A++++. What grade would you give the economy today?
A+++.
There you go. And the 15 people in there all.
So there's the soundbite, and so you're going to judge the entire speech he gave by a soundbite.
You called me out and said he never said that. I proved that he did. So stop.
What I'm saying is,
God.
I'm talking about the spirit of the speech. Was saying we're working hard to turn this around, and he made the case about affordability. So in other words, they're saying it's A+ because if you inherit a hot mess where you have a disaster,
agreed
where
on all of this,
fluffed up the economy with all kinds of bad numbers.
The economy has been bad for 4 years. Yes, 1 billion%. The economy has been terrible for 4 years.
So
you can't say it's an A+++ economy. That's ridiculous. It was ridiculous when Trump said it. It's ridiculous when Vance said it. It's ridiculous. Nobody's feeling that. And they look like buffoons for saying that. They do.
If you listen to the speech in context, and that's all I'm trying to just give the context and the facts rather than live by a headline or, you always say don't get your news from Twitter and social media, which does exactly what you do. It's a clickbait. It's, oh, look, he said A++. What does he mean by that? So I would say, do I say that they have been A+ in trying to turn this ship around? Absolutely.
You asked me to play it. That's what you said to me, so I did. It's not clickbait. I said what he said, and you said he never said that, and then I played it for you, and now you're saying it's clickbait. It's ridiculous. Like, you're changing the argument.
No, what I'm saying, Greg, is I listened to the entire speech, and the entire speech, he went through the facts of what happened and the timeline by which it happened. So he's being asked, oh, well, your boss says that it's an A++. What do you give it? Well, what the heck is he? So he's saying A+. Okay, fine. What does that even mean? What does that mean?
It means absolutely nothing, so don't say it.
It means that you're giving the job that we're doing, because we're working very hard to fix it, we're giving the job that we're doing an A+. That's what that is.
Don't you always get on Nick for spiking the football? Maybe this administration shouldn't spike the football.
I never spike the football. Are you kidding me?
I just love that we're back to normal and you guys are fighting.
By the way, if I were spiking the football, I would have, the thing that Ben Maness was quoting, the thing that everybody's quoting that was making national news was my interview with State Senator Kim Ward, where finally she said, the most powerful political woman in Pennsylvania said,
hey, Perry,
Josh
eat me.
Shapiro has a real woman problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I were spiking the football, I would have said I broke that news on my show. But I didn't.
I do get that vibe. I think you're right on that with that sourcing. There's definitely something there on that front. Again, obviously can't confirm it, but I don't think you're far off on that at all.
Hey, Perry, eat me.
How about that? You said that twice now.
Well, I'm going to say it again.
That's not Perry Como, is it?
Probably.
All right.
What if Perry likes to do?
Yeah. What if Perry likes eating, guys? Hey, man, it's the 90s. All right.
It's the 90s.
You like that? 855-839-1210.
Waffles.
Exactly.
Waffle House.
Make sure you put butter on them.
Oh,
all right. Up next, Susie v. Vanity. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company is on the way.
Hey, we got to talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. There's no better time of year. You come home to the warmth, to the welcoming space of your own home. And that's why I really want to share with you right away the difference, the Chapman difference. And that's created by Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding and the great people at Chapman. It all started with two brothers about 30 years ago, Chester County, Mike and Mark Chapman, great guys. And they're known in the community as men of integrity. So this month, Chapman, making it so much easier than ever to upgrade your home, 24-month, 0% financing on any project, which is awesome. Plus, you get 20% off all siding choices, and there are a lot of choices. So if your windows are drafty, your doors are ready for the big update or a little update to your home's exterior, needs a little refresh, maybe you need some new siding for the new year, Chapman has got you covered. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Here's the thing. High-quality craftsmanship, high-quality individuals who are coming to your home, highly trained, all background checked. You know, that's important to me, too. And with an incredible trusted reputation for decades in the community. Like I say, family-owned, family-operated, local company. And they're going to treat your home as if it's their own home. During a season when comfort and togetherness matter the most, doesn't that make all the difference? I say it does. So as you enjoy the holiday season, Hanukkah this week, Christmas next week, I can't believe Christmas is almost here, all the people coming in and out of your home, make sure that it's looking and feeling the best. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You can take a virtual tour, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good, stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audien Hearing, our mission is simple:
To make better hearing affordable for everyone, this Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 7:07 as we kick off hour number 2 here on a Wednesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Odyssey's #1 talk station. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can also get us on the iHeart Radio app. And also watch the program live on YouTube, as many of you love to do. Throw it up on your smart TV. It's like you're watching the best news talk morning show on television. Beautiful day. Beautiful time to be alive. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Volkswagen days are going on now at Piazza VW of Ardmore and Langhorne. Sign, then drive away in a new Tiguan. Atlas, or the Atlas Cross Sport, with available zero-down leases. Visit PiazzaVW.com for details or to browse their extensive inventory. All right, so a couple of things to get to. Weed is a political winner for Donald Trump. Harry Yenton will give us the details coming up in about 20 minutes. It's true. It's true. Although medical marijuana is a loss for you personally. New study, an American study from a highly prestigious group, tells us you better be careful with that. Not that I've been predicting that and saying that for weed guy out there who wants to criticize alcohol guy, but, eventually I'll be proven right. So, we have to get to this. Susie Wiles. Susie v. Vanity. Couple of questions that I think need to be addressed, but for those that maybe did not see the big story yesterday, Vanity Fair, Susie Wiles. I'm going to give you just a Cliff Note version. I've got the Daily Mail and the New York Post here. We can get into some of the specifics and the questions with it. We kind of touched on it briefly as we were teasing the show about an hour ago. I'll just give you the Daily Mail. First couple of paragraphs here. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has been plunged into a PR nightmare of her own making after she divulged stunning details about Donald Trump and his top team. Wiles, renowned in Washington for her tact, appears to have made an astonishing slip-up after she revealed, quote, Trump has an alcoholic's personality. We know Trump does not drink alcohol, but he has the personality where he could become very caught up in addiction if he did consume and imbibe in that. In the wide-ranging interview with Vanity Fair, she branded J.D. Vance a conspiracy theorist, which I kind of have a problem with that because a lot of the conspiracy theories have been proven true. She ripped into Pam Bondi over the botched release of the Epstein files. No problem with that whatsoever. And she then described Elon Musk as a ketamine-dependent oddball. I know people have speculated.
There's nothing wrong with that either.
People have speculated as when he was sitting there like this, and
so far everything she said is 100% accurate.
The oddball part is for sure accurate. The intimate details were then released over many months to journalist Chris Whipple, who prefaced the piece by stating, most senior White House officials parse their words and speak only on background, but over many of the recorded conversations, not recorded, but over many of the on-the-record conversations, Wiles answered almost every question I put to her. Despite Wiles' past and vast experience, she even allowed the journalist to record conversations in the most intimate of settings, including while she was doing her laundry in her Washington, D.C. rental. So then Susie Wiles, after this is published, she posts on X, the article published early this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. Significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. The truth is the Trump White House has already accomplished more in 11 months than presidents have accomplished in 8 years. None of this will stop our relentless pursuit of making America great again. And there's a couple of takeaways I have. I actually do feel like this was somewhat of I hate the word hit piece, but you know what? You don't get the benefit of the doubt when you're left-wing liberal media and you talk about CBS News in 60 Minutes, you talk about CNN, altering, doctoring, manipulating video clips, taking things out of context. All of these, quote, hoaxes have been exposed when, the bloodbath. I mean, Trump wasn't talking about blood on the street. He's talking about blood in the automotive market. So, we can go through it, and legacy media does not have a lot of credibility to stand on. But then Trump actually stands by Susie Wiles and says the following in regards to what she had to say. Quote, no, she meant that, you see, I don't drink alcohol, so everybody knows that. But I've often said that if I did, I'd have a very good chance of being an alcoholic. I've said that many times about myself. I do. It's a very possessive personality, Trump said, in reference to the 1981 death of his older brother, Fred, at the age of 42. By the way, I turned 42 in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Hello.
You'll be dead soon.
That's right. I do have an alcoholic personality as well. 100%. I'm not an alcoholic, but I could easily be an alcoholic because I have alcoholics that have been in my family history. So, Trump is sitting there and standing by this. And then Don Jr. comes out and stands by Susie Wiles. So, I don't know, I feel like as far as Trump and Don Jr. goes, I don't really think they're mad at Susie Wiles. I feel like Caroline Leavitt, who I've said I could never be a press secretary, I think both, whether you're a Democrat, whether you're the Binder, whether you're Psaki, whether you're Caroline Leavitt, whether you're Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kayleigh McEnany, man, it sucks when you're in damage control mode and you got to go up there. And Leavitt is being ripped, I think, unfairly for trying to clean up this mess, which brings us to the mess. Here's my question. Why would you agree to this interview if you're Susie Wiles? Legacy left-wing media is not there to lift you up. They're not there to spotlight you in a positive fashion. I say if you do it, you record it with audio, you record it with video, so you have a copy of full context, and then you can sit there and say, yeah, you took 9 words or 2 sentences out of an 8-minute answer, and it's framed in a way that makes me look like I'm insulting somebody or whatever it might be. And just last thing, because I want to get everybody's thoughts on this, I want to give Clay Travis credit. He made a great point last night, and it actually echoes what Dawn mentions a lot, being as a TV person with a TV background. And he said the following on X. Let me just pull this up real quick because I want to make sure I get it correctly. He says, my advice to every Republican politician or staffer in America, only do live interviews. Legacy media will always take you out of context and attack you on that if you're given the chance. Only do live or tape to live, as they say in the business, and let the public see everything you say. And this really stands out to me. In his follow-up, he says, your time and words are a valuable commodity. Why would you give them to someone for free and let them choose how to present you based on using a tiny percentage of what you say to them? Why give that power to anybody? So I guess the question needs to be asked, why did Susie Wiles, whether or not it's true what she said, whether or not it's taken out of context, what do you gain from sitting down with Vanity Fair? Because I don't see the upside to it at all. And I've been one of these people that said, look, I want to see Republicans on CBS News Sunday morning. I want to see Democrats sit down with Sean Hannity on Fox News. I want to see the other side on the other person's home turf. But when you do this, and this is months in the making, I don't know. I feel like you're self-sabotaging, right? Are you not? And Susie Wiles, who I don't have any problem with. I mean, she's got a lot of people speak very highly of her. She's got a lot of skins on the wall. She's been in this game for many decades.
She really is. I mean, if Trump is the head of the Trump administration, which he obviously is, she's number 2.
Right. She's kind of like, and she advises him at times. And
1B actually.
Sometimes he doesn't take the advice. Sometimes he does.
She's 1B. Yeah.
I mean, so Dawn, your thoughts on this? Because it just seems like a rookie move and a rookie mistake from a person that's clearly a veteran in the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking up last night, Chris Whipple, who authored this Vanity Fair article. Did she know him? She's been, she worked for DeSantis earlier.
Mustard.
And that's how, and then she had a falling out apparently with DeSantis, ended up working with Trump. But so she's been in the game a long time. So she rarely speaks out. What are you laughing at?
No, the mustard drop. Just will always. It will always. Sorry, I'm sorry. It will always make me laugh. I apologize, Dawn. Sorry.
So in this one, I would say that here she is. She was the context, because context matters, and that's what everybody's saying. So the context was they were asking her. They obviously told her, we want to do a story on you, and Vanity Fair, a woman's magazine, right? And so this is a top mag, and we want to do an interview on this powerful woman in the White House that nobody really knows. And so she agrees to it. For whatever reason, she agrees to it. And so in this, she's talking about, in the interview apparently, that she grew up with an alcoholic father.
Pat Summerall.
And talking about her own life experience. So they're saying, let's talk about your childhood. Let's talk about you. Let's blah, blah, blah. So the context was that they then were asking her about big personalities and the father and this and that. And she said, well, I grew up with a big personality, and something to the effect of when somebody's an alcoholic and they're drinking, they become an even bigger personality. That's the context here. Mm-hmm. So they cut out, they extract that because it's print, and they extract that little clip, and then they put that in there to put front and center that basically, that Trump has an alcoholic personality. If you look at the quote in writing, that's not actually what she said. That's not what she said. And that's what, so what she came out and said, I was talking about my dad and big personalities. We were just talking about the growing up with an alcoholic, and it's this within this conversation. And so that's exactly why I always tell people, if you are doing an interview, no matter if you trust somebody or you think you trust somebody, you are putting your story in their hands, and you are entrusting your story, not just in the person you're speaking with. And that's another piece of this. And I've had this happen to me before. You have an editor, and you have a couple of editors who also can override the actual person who interviewed you and what part they're going to highlight or going to take out of context.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
so then why do it then? You know what I mean? Like, so why then? Because I agree with you, Dawn, 1,000,000,000%. Vanity Fair is a tabloid rag that takes things out of context. They've been doing that since the 90s. There was a very famous story in the early 90s with Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love. They sat down and did an interview with Vanity Fair, and the Vanity Fair called them a bunch of drug addicts who should not have their child and should have their child taken away from them. And for a brief period of time, their child was taken away from them because of that article. So for 30 years, we've all known that Vanity Fair is just does hit jobs on people. So why sit down with them? Susie Wiles is a brilliant, let me repeat that, brilliant woman. Everything she does, she knows exactly what she's doing, I believe. So she had to know going into this that they were going to do something like this with her.
She wanted recognition?
No, I don't think so. I think it's more than that.
Well, I will say this. You talk about Cobain. I will give you a more recent example, and that was in 2003 in those Jeffrey Epstein victim, because I've watched every documentary and read every book. Remember, it was Vanity Fair.
Legally, they're supposed to be released. The Epstein files are legally supposed to release this Friday.
Yeah.
So,
great. Just as the holidays come, and I'll be gone.
They're
cool.
They're not going to be released this Friday.
But Vanity Fair, remember the whole story, and this was in one of the documentaries and somebody's book, and now I forget, but it was so long ago. But this was a 2003 profile of Jeffrey Epstein and removed on-the-record accusations from victims. So Vanity Fair, had taken that. It was Vicky Ward, who was the journalist who reported on that, who has said that the victims' accounts were cut from the final article that was published in the magazine. And those victims were the Farmer sisters, and they were devastated by the fact that they finally, spoke out about this. It took a lot because they've been intimidated and so on, and that they were cut from Vanity Fair because Vanity Fair was obviously bowing to Epstein. So this is a nasty publication.
Again, agreed on all of that.
Yep.
So why sit down?
I don't know.
Why sit down with them? Everything I hear about, from conservative media is you can't trust mainstream media. You can't trust mainstream media. Can't trust them.
No, I mean,
okay, great. Then I agree with you. So then why sit down and do an interview with them? Yeah. But it's not just her. They all do it.
Yeah.
Trump will sit down with 60 Minutes. So Erica Kirk sat down with Bari Weiss, which, by the way, tanked in the ratings. I don't know if you guys saw that.
No, did it?
1.9 million views and like 100,000 views on YouTube. It was a colossal failure.
You find that a bad
CBS.
time? Saturday night, 8 o'clock. Is that a good spot to
But
be?
it's not, dude. You're
No,
right. It's not.
They didn't
but
put it on.
But that's
Why
not
didn't
how
they put it
ratings
on
are,
Sunday night?
That's not how ratings are measured. That's not how ratings are measured. They're measured by who's watching at that time.
Right.
So everybody
True.
watching that time decided to watch something completely different.
True. On
So,
a Saturday night.
But that's beside the point. It's all I hear about is how mainstream media is corrupt, this, that, and the other. But they continuously sit down with them. Continuously.
I mean, the truth is that, and that's why Clay, you quoting him, Nick, was important, because unless you've worked in these news departments, as I have my entire adult life, what you have to understand is, Susie, what you have to understand is, Trump family, they hate you.
Yeah.
They hate you.
Right.
They detest you. And it's like 97% of people in every mainstream newsroom, they hate you.
Right.
And they want to take you down. That's like their prayer.
And
so why would you sit down?
She's brilliant,
I know.
and she knows that.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing I will say about it as well is that you think that if you're doing these long form interviews, if there are witnesses, I think there is a part of your human side that you think, how could somebody take that conversation where I'm talking about growing up with an alcoholic father and twist it like that? But that's exactly what they do.
Yep. All right, Tony Bruno in just about 25 minutes for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, and it's also a Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug Handle Inn.
No!
7 to 10 p.m.
Wow.
Half-price baskets of fingers and fries at the Jug.
Fingers.
We'll give you a $50 gift card later in the program. And coming up next, why weed is a political winner for Donald Trump. But first, your holiday winner. Oh, yeah, your holiday winner.
December
hosting.
23rd, right?
That's
is
right.
The last day I have.
Yeah, coming down the stretch
All
here.
right. I have to
Omaha
know
Steaks,
that.
baby. Yes.
Yes.
We're talking about USDA certified tender steaks.
All the men in your
ribeyes,
life.
Strip steaks.
All the men in your life.
And all the
steak.
chicks that love a good slab of beef, too.
It's very sexist. You're right, Nick. Very sexist of me to say just men like
my
meat.
wife. She's a big fan of beef. She loves when she gets beef. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off when you use the promo code Nick at checkout at omahasteaks.com. But it's more than steaks, folks. It's decadent desserts. It's elegant sides. We got these scalloped potatoes, phenomenal. Premium proteins, burgers, hot dogs, chicken, you name it. And talk about convenience and quality. They will deliver same day, shipped if you order before 6 p.m. That's right. World-class marbling, some of the best cuts of beef. And after all, America's heartland, America's butcher for 108 years. Since 1917, Omaha Steaks is the original. They are the OG. Save big on gourmet gifts and holiday favorites. Again, doesn't matter if you're hosting or entertaining or if you're gifting for a friend, a family, a colleague member, a loved one. omahasteaks.com, 50% off on their sizzle sale. And then get to the promo code. Type in Nick, N-I-C-K, $35 off your total order at checkout. Some exclusions apply. See site for details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter X.com/AI.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
7:28, rolling along. It's a Wednesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Greg Stocker, 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, Tony Bruno is going to jump in via Box 4 in about 17 minutes as we'll get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. $50 gift card, jug handle in. That'll be up for grabs later in the show. And, of course, we have Fight Club today in music history and Dawn's Big Three. But right now, let's pivot to marijuana, shall we? We've got
Sounds good. All right, I'll be right back. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I thought we were going to.
Everybody
Sorry.
just take a 10-minute break. Go grab your joint, your blunt, your pen, whatever you...
Listen to you. You sound so...
Not my forte, man.
You sound like such a novice.
You want to talk cocktails? I can be an expert. You want to talk weed? Again, very much entry level. Tried it one time, 7 years ago. Almost chewed off my face. It's not my thing, man.
What made you try it?
Peer pressure.
Really?
Yeah, when I was doing mornings in Nashville, the...
I thought you were going to say Harry Mays. That
No,
Harry.
no, Harry's dead to me. Yeah, Harry's... no. No, Harry's the reason I drink vodka. Learned that from him. But no, I was doing mornings with another sports radio guy and then a former NFL player. It was a 3-person show. And he was a future Hall of Famer. He should be a Hall of Famer. Derek Mason. He played for the Titans and Ravens.
I didn't know you did a show with him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, it was on my I'm glad you read my resume when I applied for the job.
I'm sure I did. It was 3 years ago, dude.
And he said to me, he's like, "Here, you want to try one of these gummies?" I'm like, "I don't know, man. I don't like smoke. I don't like the smell of smoke. My parents were smokers until they quit." I said, I just hate the smell of anything like that. And he's like, "Well, try a gummy." So the one day he gave me 2 of them, and he said, I think they were like 10 milligrams. He said, "Take one, give it 45 minutes to an hour. Do not take the second one right away." So, and like 40 minutes goes by, I felt nothing. I'm like, these are really weak. This is all the rave. I took the second one, and then like 12 minutes later, I'm just sitting there. I'm like,
God. Oh, yeah, you don't do that.
Like, I'm sitting there watching Dumb and Dumber, and I'm just like...
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, and I was really dumb at the time.
Wow.
And so, yeah, it's not my thing. But I do think Harry Enton is correct.
What about you, Stens? Ever do any weed?
No, never. And the thing was, remember I told you the story was a few years ago at that store, and there was a crackdown later in Montgomery County where I was looking to buy cigars for somebody. I had my boys with me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what's this new store? They look like they sell cigars. And the guy was like, no, I don't sell cigars. It was like a new store.
Yeah.
And by their little, whatever, why was pizza place we went to, whatever, strip mall, Montgomery County. And anyway, the guy goes, but here I got something for you, mommy. And he gives me like these gummies, individually wrapped.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, and so of course my sons, which is like, they're like, Mom, you know what that is? I'm like, what? Because we walk out because they didn't have cigars. And so I still, it's still up in the cabinet somewhere. Like I just like had it and I threw it up in the, so I never did it.
It's
because
not, I hate to tell you, it's not up in your cabinet anymore. Your sons definitely used it.
They're like, hey, where'd she throw that thing? But then remember the story came out and they said they were trying to get all these like pop-up stores in the burbs like Bucks and Monco, and they were cracking down because they were trying to get that's who they wanted, the suburban moms in yoga pants.
Of course,
right?
because you hook them. And then you've got customers for life. It's actually a brilliant marketing strategy.
It really is.
Because he was like, I was like, that guy's so friendly. He's like, yeah, mommy, I got something special for you. He goes to the back and goes, you come back and see me. And if this doesn't do it, now make sure that you don't take it now while you're driving. Take it right before bed.
Yeah.
It'll help you sleep. You'll feel so good. And then if it's not good enough, you come back to me and I'll always, and he's like,
we should all do a show on 10 milligrams one day.
I would 100% do that. That'd be
I would
amazing.
probably fall asleep.
That'd be great. Do you think I could get the suits?
No.
To
Zero
sign off on
chance.
that?
Zero chance.
But
they wouldn't even do it. They wouldn't even sign off on it if there was an advertiser and money was coming in.
Well, Joe Rogan does it like once.
Yeah, that's the beauty of owning your own thing. We have the corporate overlords here that rain on my parade every day. Don't allow me to do things. But
well, would it be the smoking or would it be the gummies? Would it be the?
It'd have to be the gummy. They wouldn't let us smoke anything in this building.
Well, unless they would say, look, you be you if you have a medical marijuana card and you chew a gummy and it's your medical marijuana, blah, 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 and you have a prescription.
Well, that's a good thing.
That's on you.
We could all get cards and say, well, you can't discriminate against this because this woke company, they'll be like, oh, yes, we cannot discriminate against you. Say, hey, we all have anxiety, so you can't say that we can't do this in this business because this helps us. You're discriminating against us. Dawn, that's a brilliant idea.
Jimmy Kelly says, do it now while the company's focused on Christmas music.
Jimmy, that's hysterical. Look, guys, I am not going to refute it because the truth is I have a friend who gives little pieces of gummies to her dog who's been suffering. And I'm not going to say who it is, but I was at their house and I'm like, wow, the dog seems like she's doing great. She's not in pain. It's like, yeah, got a medical marijuana card, not for myself. Cut up the little gummies, put it in the doggy food.
Yeah.
And the dog is like not in pain, is so mellow, not having anxiety.
By the way,
it's amazing.
This weed now, and when I say weed, you can tell that I don't do it often anymore. But it is so different than what the dirt weed we used to smoke in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like it's more potent.
Yeah.
It's more
refined.
It's cleaner. To be honest with you, like if you're getting it from dispensary and stuff like that, it's a lot cleaner than it was, where you had those little baggies.
Those little baggies in Bangor. You get that dirt weed and then you go jumping in quarries.
Exactly. You just described 1995.
I just described your childhood.
Exactly, 100%.
But I think my problem with the THC, the carts, because that's how they all do it.
Yeah.
First of all, you cannot smell it. And so you don't know if your kid is or is not doing it, whereas because they're not going to smoke it, and then you have, a clue because of the smell.
Yeah.
But also all that evidence with the carts and the way that it delivers the product, if you will, into your lungs. There are all these studies that are concerning.
Yeah. So you might be wondering why we're talking about this. Well, yesterday, Harry Enton said on CNN that the data shows that this is a political winner for Donald Trump. in regards to the story that we talked about yesterday, which was the reclassification of the drug and making it a lower, quote, criminal offense. Clip 21, let's go to Harry Enton talking about the data.
Yeah, this would be some of the best politics that Donald Trump has done in a long period of time if, in fact, the U.S. decides to reschedule marijuana. Why do I say this? Take a look here. Say marijuana should be legal.
Wow.
Look at the time span.
Look at that.
And look at how much higher and higher and higher favoring Americans have in terms of legalizing marijuana. Look at this. In 1969, it was just 12%.
Wow.
In 85, 23%. 20 years ago, it was 36%. Look at this. Nearly double from where we were just 20 years ago in terms of...
Can I ask a question? Because that is fascinating to me. So what do you guys think has changed over... don't even go back as far as 69. From 2005, what do you think has changed to almost double the amount of people that support...
Stigmas dry up.
In 20 years.
The false smearing of people. I mean, same thing. Sports betting was taboo. Now you can't go 5 minutes without seeing a FanDuel commercial.
Is it that, or was there a concerted effort in the last 20 years to put the thought out there that weed is safe and it should be legal front and center?
Yeah, and there was also some entry-level studies or even advanced studies that showed the benefits of chronic pain management, how using this would be far better than being caught up and hooked on painkillers or opioids or any over-the-counter prescription drugs, whatever you want to talk about. So, yeah, and oh, by the way, too, the taxation of it. I mean, it's a major revenue generator.
Well, you brought up, what did you bring up? Legal gambling.
Yeah.
So think about what governments realized was, hey, this is a huge point of tax revenue. Gambling as well as legalizing marijuana. So I think that's, if you're going to be cynical, they've realized they can make money off this and tax it. But I think it's also, like you said, the proven medical benefits. And by the way, if you have the, for cancer patients who are not hungry, if they take that oil, it's not going to get them high necessarily. But it'll make you hungry and help you to eat, which you need when you're going through cancer treatments. And then criminal justice, the criminal justice issues, and realizing that all of these people in certain places, in certain communities, black, brown communities, we say, were locked up for what? Pot use. They weren't even a dealer. They were doing pot, and they're going to jail for like 7-10 years or something.
Do you draw the line between user versus seller?
Yes.
As far as the criminality of it? At what level, though? I mean, are we just going to let the little entry level weed peddler go and not arrest them? I'd be totally on board with that. Obviously, if you're driving around with a Nissan Maxima and you've got $100,000 worth of marijuana in your trunk, I think you should go to jail. But for the guy, like Greg said, selling a little dime bag here and there, leave those people go.
Here's the problem is that we've become so, as a society now, and I can't believe I'm saying this because you guys all know how I feel about this, but we've become so medicated with everything.
With prescriptions.
Not just prescriptions, Dawn. It's like with Adderall, with anti-anxiety medication, with all of that stuff. That's one side. And the other side is that everybody I know, if they're under the age of whatever, 30, they have one of those cards in this. So we spend so much of our lives medicated. High.
And it starts with the most basic drug, which is caffeine, right? Most people drink some sort of caffeine to get going in the day, whether it's coffee or a Monster or whatever, or have a caffeine later in the day for the second half of their day. How many people, whether it's caffeine, marijuana in any form, vape, gummy, pen, whatever, or alcohol. I know alcohol is at like an 81-year low as far as Americans that use alcohol. That's fine, more for me. But how many people are truly organic from start to finish, from when they wake up till they go to bed? No caffeine.
Nobody.
No marijuana. No Red Bull.
Mormons.
No alcohol. And no pills to go to bed.
Yeah. I mean, it's very few.
And that's why he'll live to be 140.
It's very few people. But think about that, though. Alcohol, prescription drugs, and medical marijuana. Would you say 65% of the country is probably doped up at any time of the day?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the numbers from Harry Enton with Gallup, 64% say it should be legal.
I don't know if I don't know if I like that. You know what I mean?
But you're also bringing up a point here in a roundabout way, and that is thinking about the lack of trust in our institutions that we have seen erode, and as well, people, especially post-COVID, have a lack of trust in big pharma and these pharmaceutical medications. And I think that's really what you were alluding to basically, is that people would trust something like, especially if you grow your own, and it's in your house or whatever, and somebody has a pot plant. I never even realized this. I learned it years later. I dated a guy. His sister was like a high school drug dealer for pot. They lived on a farm.
Good for you.
These kids were straight A students. Went to you never would. She always had a Frisbee.
So young and innocent.
She always had a Frisbee.
Pretty girl, pretty white girl with blonde hair, and she always had a Frisbee. I'm like, what is your sister always doing? It's like, oh, she's, she loves to do stuff with seeds and plants and stuff out there. And he knew. He's just a good brother, and he's not even going to tell his girlfriend. Well, she was sorting with the Frisbee. That's how she sorted in the house. Her parents didn't, nobody even knew, except her brother. And straight A student would not, but she was the school drug dealer because she was growing it.
Yeah.
And she would separate.
I definitely would have been dating her.
Yeah, she was like this really cool girl. And she would just sort it herself with the Frisbee, the seeds from the, and then she would put it in the baggies, but nobody knew until I learned it later. But so for her, that was totally organic. So that's the way to go, I think, and that's going to hurt their tax issue.
Dawn was so young and naive.
I really was naive.
So sexy.
Coming up next, Tony Bruno, live from Florida for the Cut Sheet, and also I'll throw some cold water on our conversational high because big weed, big lies. Courtesy of the American Medical Association. So for everybody out there that's anti-weed, like yours truly, that maybe didn't like the conversation we just had, you're about to be backed up with some data. We'll do that real quickly as we get to Bruno next on Kayal and Company.
But let's escape. How about this spring? Think about this. Picture yourself 10 days next spring. Spend it with me, spending it with us, conservativetours.com, in stunningly beautiful Portugal, Spain. Let me tell you something. If you have joined me on the past Conservative Tours trips to Italy, Southern Italy, Northern Italy, we have had a blast. I can't wait for this one. Ken Chase, the team at Conservative Tours, putting together this incredible trip for us, just for you. Really cater-made, if you will, for you, our listeners, our audience at 1210. Dining at the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the entire event, along with 4-star accommodations. $57.38. Yes, that includes your airfare from right here in Philadelphia. The Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, all the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages and taking advantage of those scrumptious seafood restaurants. Obidos, as well as Fatima. Of course, that's on my bucket list, Fatima. It's in, you think of every movie. And the elegance, by the way, of Coimbra. Call now. This is filling up fast. This is 888-733-9494. You can just go to conservativetours.com, scroll down. You'll see the full itinerary. And Portugal is not just the playground for the world's jet set. This is the land of Vasco da Gama, Magellan. We're going to learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca. I could go on and on. Cascais. We're going to talk about all of it, as well as, and we're going to see all of it, as well as the Douro Valley, which is really Portugal's answer to Tuscany, for those of you who join me on the Tuscany trip. So join me for the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty, and just our friendship and camaraderie along the way of this secret land, small but oh so impressive. See you at Bellum Tower. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This season, everyone deserves a little more, and Mazda delivers with the extended driving range of the CX-50 Hybrid, so you can spend more time together. Standard all-wheel drive in every Mazda CUV, including the CX-5, and room to bring everyone with 3-row seating in the CX-90. Find more reasons to celebrate the season at the Mazda More to Move You sales event.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Reading for financing as low as 0.9% APR for 60 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Cancer.
If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you don't like it, you can eat me.
Exactly. Kayal and Company, 748, live on a Wednesday morning. We will head down to Florida in a few moments to touch base with Tony Bruno as we a couple of troubleshooting tech issues we'll take care of. I'm going to get this call here in a second, but just to wrap up our marijuana conversation, I do want to give these details. This is from the New York Post, but it's from directly the American Medical Association, and they wrote this article yesterday. Shocking medical marijuana study reveals big weeds, big lies. Marijuana advocate Keith Stroup, I don't know how you say the last name, famously said that medical marijuana was, quote, a red herring for making the recreational use of the drug legal. And now the data has proven him 100% correct. A bombshell new review from researchers at top-tier universities appearing in the Journal of the American Medical Association concludes that, quote, evidence from randomized clinical trials does not support the use of cannabis for most conditions for which it is promoted, such as acute pain and insomnia. In other words, medical marijuana doesn't work. Right there in black and white, despite years of promoters and addiction profiteers shouting that it was the next miracle drug. It won't cure insomnia or chronic pain or psychological problems. What does it do? The authors found that smoking weed every day more than doubles your risk of heart disease, more than doubles your risk of a stroke, and that the use of today's high-potency THC vastly increases the risk of psychosis and anxiety disorders.
Everything that says I believe 100%. You know, do I think weed should be legal? I do, because I think that people who use it, like you and I, Nick, use alcohol, you know, where we occasionally imbibe on the weekends. is there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with my beer versus your joint, in my opinion. The problem is that everybody just uses it all the time, like every day. I make that people can't go into work without taking a hit off their pen.
Do you think it's an addiction?
100%.
Okay.
It's 100% an addiction. And their body gets used to it. It's like, well, I can't function without this. And you just replace that with alcohol, and you say, "Hey, I can't get through my day without a glass of vodka." You're an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we don't consider that with weed. We say, or if I can't get through an exam without taking anti-anxiety medication.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like all of this is addiction that's not good for you. You take anything like that every day, it's bad for you, and you're an addict.
It almost seems like the research is showing that it's counterproductive from the standpoint of if you're one of the people that says, I've got a lot of stress, I've got a lot of anxiety, I can't handle the rigors of the day. That's why I get high at the end of my day and I'm sitting home at 6 o'clock. But then the data looks like it's showing it creates more anxiety disorders for you.
Well, I think everything. So I will tell you, because I have a family friend who fought to get the cannabis oil legalized, because when her husband had mesothelioma, she was in Germany, she was around the world, and the cannabis oil was something she fought for and advocated for. And in fact, that does work. I mean, it helps with the nausea that you have when you're fighting cancer, the treatments.
I've used it on my joints.
What?
The cannabis oil?
Oh, you said,
is that what you're talking about? Cannabis oil,
joints.
Right? No. My physical joints.
Well, this is you don't put it on you physically take.
Oh, you ingest
the oil
it. Okay.
For cancer patients.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it is proven to work. There are benefits. Does it cure these things? No.
Right.
But it greatly mitigates it and takes away the nausea for cancer patients. So there are benefits for it. And I talked about my friend's, dog has been sick. It absolutely, I think, takes the edge off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so if you're, I think that everything in moderation.
Oh,
and,
that's the key to life.
And so for somebody to go, well, it doesn't work. It's not a panacea. It's not a cure.
No.
But does it take the edge off of pain? And is it, for some people, depending on how they consume it, a better choice than, let's say, a prescription medication?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I would love for everybody to look at all of these different things, look at them the same, whether it's, like you said, alcohol, which is bad for your internal organs and bad for you in so many ways, and adds calories, by the way. And that's why these marijuana drinks, these cannabis drinks are,
they're
becoming really
they're
popular.
taking off. Yeah.
So, they say this, well, it really doesn't help with anything. Well, what does?
Right.
We hear melatonin, no, that's bad for you. So if you looked at everything on the same table, then what's the lesser of an evil?
Yep, that's right. All right, we have it all sorted out as we ship it on down to the great state of Florida. Tony Bruno is back with us again on a Wednesday. What up, Bruno?
Good morning. What up? And happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa starting soon. So it is a holiday season. Time to hoop-dee-doo and dickory-dock. And don't forget, at 12 o'clock, he'll be coming down the chimney now. One of my favorite holiday songs. I'll be singing that today as I help look to find out clues on what happened in Providence with the dumbest people on the planet going on TV every afternoon at 5 o'clock and having no clue what they're doing.
Unbelievable.
It's embarrassing.
Day 4 since that disaster in Providence, Rhode Island at Brown University. But
I'm in my backyard. I'm looking for evidence. I'm
Yeah.
looking. Maybe the suspect was down here in Florida.
Did you?
Because a lot of these criminals who get loose, they find them either in Philadelphia or in Florida. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Did you guys see?
Do you think this guy, the suspect in the Providence slaughter, is still walking or is still sitting somewhere in Providence, Rhode Island?
He's under the snow, Tony.
We have to get to that. We have to get to that. That's where I was going to start anyway.
All right.
The Cut Sheet! What's on the Cut Sheet on this What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno, sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for your friendship, your patronage, for sponsoring us this year for What's on the Cut Sheet. We really do appreciate it. Hope to continue this friendship and this partnership into 2026. So the FBI released footage showing the Brown University. Actually, let's start with that. The FBI released footage showing the Brown University shooting person of interest casually walking past responding officers shortly after 2 students were killed and 9 others were injured. The FBI is now offering a $50,000 reward. By the way, is that enough? I don't know if that's enough. Law enforcement has not yet publicly identified any suspect. This is 23. So you can see him right there.
Yeah.
As the police siren or the police cars are going by.
He's walking right by.
He's walking right by. Oh, my God.
Right across the intersection. Traffic, buses, cars, cops.
It's like it's like that Leonardo DiCaprio movie.
Catch Me If You Can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was fun. Our friend Road Warrior John, because everybody was saying, where are the dash cams and and he did point out that you have to activate the dash cam.
Yeah, yeah, one of those social media grifters that knows nothing and posts everything and has a billion followers. It was like, yeah, where's the dash cam videos?
So they are not rolling 24/7, right?
That's according to Road. I didn't even see who you're talking about. I just saw Road Warrior's reaction
That
to
Eric
it, which I love.
Doherty guy or whoever.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even see that. I just saw Road.
Stop following these people,
Yeah, I'm
please.
tired of Eric Doherty.
I don't think I'm following.
So the FBI agents were seen examining the snow in the hunt for the Brown University students. This is watch this video. Look at what they're doing here. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. They're literally combing the snow with their foot, with their feet.
Maybe they have some
Comb
sort
the
of
desert.
Comb the desert.
Comb the desert.
That's a great reference.
Step by step, looking to see.
He ain't found nothing. Oh, you know what he did? They didn't find.
Yeah, I can't criticize this. I know everybody's mocking this online, but
what are you talking about?
You could drop something. I mean,
that's what we're doing.
Wow.
That looks like me with the Swiffer because I don't feel like putting a mop on it. You know what I mean? To the foot.
Swiffer.
Look at it. There's 10 agents literally just dragging their feet in the snow looking for a clue.
Would you feel better if they were using their hands?
Gathered there as part of the investigation, and John, at times we've seen them with actual rakes combing through
with rakes.
Snow-covered ground. There,
I think
Listen, I have no problem with that. That's what they're supposed to do.
Are you kidding?
Now it's almost a week later, and the guy is gone. Let's be honest. Somebody's either hiding him or protecting him, because if you're telling people it's safe when a guy who's a wanted dangerous criminal is still on the loose, how can you feel safe if you live in Providence, Rhode Island?
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You're telling kids to go to school, it's okay, and then the mayor up there. I mean, every single member of that Rhode Island / Boston Globe cabal of nitwits. And then they do these news conferences every day at 5 o'clock and give you nothing.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear you thanking all these people every day. They haven't done anything. And the fact that the president of Brown University, that broad, goes out there and says, I didn't know anything about it. They have 800 cameras, and none of them were rolling.
It's
the old building. This happened in the old building, not in the new building. Yeah.
You're getting ahead of our skis. So let's go through some of this. No.
It's ski season, though. The snow's here.
So this is the Rhode Island AG, Peter Norana. He says, well, let's start with 26 here. He says there's no information that the investigative team has about a motive. So we don't know anything about a motive so far, according to the AG. Roll this.
Information that the investigative team has about motive. Zero. There's nothing about, even if taking at face value what 1 or 2 witnesses may have said about what something was said, okay, and there are many witnesses that say nothing was said, there's nothing about what we know was perhaps said that indicates any kind of motive that is related at all to ethnicity or political outlook or culture. There's nothing at all that we know right now about that. And I think that is a dangerous road to go down, particularly in today's environment.
That's why I was saying yesterday that we shouldn't get ahead of this, because everybody's saying, well, why didn't anybody reference the Alu Akbar thing? Well, they obviously don't have that confirmed.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, like, just because some dickhead on social media says it doesn't mean that.
Well, the reporters were asking it.
Yeah.
And,
Yes, and
reportedly, some of the witnesses in the lecture hall may have said that.
But these things take time. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't just expect to find somebody in 24 hours.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that.
But they're
asking volunteers, asking people at home to go look at their Ring cameras is not the way that you investigate a crime.
I agree with
in
you.
an affluent area
I agree
at
with you.
Brown University, where the president makes $3 million a year and had no idea what was going on hours after students were slaughtered in their own buildings. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think this is a law enforcement fail. I think this is a communication failure from all parties, law enforcement and university officials. They do not seem to have their organizational elements
Absolutely
put together.
not.
And by the way, 6% of students, this was a poll last November before the election, only 6% of the student body at Brown University identifies as conservative or Republican. Wow, what a coincidence that of all those students that the vice president of the Republican student chapter at Brown University, where there
It's the girl from Alabama, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
virtually no conservatives or Republicans on campus. What a coincidence that she ends up the first one being identified as being killed.
And how about throw in what just happened at MIT? There was a shooting at MIT where somebody's dead. So something's going on in the MIT's up in the New England area, correct? Massachusetts?
Yeah, it's only like an hour south.
Yeah.
In Massachusetts, and this guy was a well-renowned nuclear scientist,
Right.
And he got shot,
Right.
And yet, so that person hasn't been caught. He kills an MIT professor, nuclear scientist.
Yep.
An hour away, down in the
Cambridge, Massachusetts,
right at the bottom of Rhode Island, Cambridge, or actually it's a different town, but you know what I mean. It's close enough.
Yeah.
But so there's two murderers roaming free in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, and nobody's supposed to be concerned about this.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you have to wait, but this is an embarrassment. And the fact that these clowns come out every day and reintroduce themselves, and then the whole country's waiting for something concrete, and then every single one of these strappers is a Democrat. Every single person in Rhode Island, in government, in the mayor's office, in the DA's office, in the attorney general's office, is a Democrat. And again, I don't care if they're Democrats, but they're incompetent Democrats.
Well, it does kind of seem like we're painting with a brush here because of their political affiliation. Like, I'm not saying that
everybody already
they're
knows
doing
they're all Democrats, right?
but I don't think I'm not saying that what they're doing is I don't know what they're doing, but these investigations take time.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just because somebody with 1 million followers on X is like, well, there's this clue, and everybody's like, see, they're not looking into it. Like, that's not how law enforcement works. That's not how this operates.
They're asking private citizens
I understand.
to come up with visual evidence
I
from
get
the
what you're
Ring
saying.
cameras.
Yes.
That's not how investigations work. There's plenty of Ring camera videos of this guy waddling around.
And he is waddling, by the way.
The fact of the matter is, I mean, they have gate experts. I don't know. But if you're asking the public to help solve a crime, then the public's going to come out. And why are they blocking people? Why is Brown University blocking people who ask questions on their website? That's the kind of stuff that bothers me.
Well, we'll get to that in 1 second. This is 27. This is the same AG saying that there is no footage that depicts this individual that would be useful in identifying him. Roll this. 27.
Somebody reported, it might have been the Globe, that there are 800 cameras or so on the campus. It might have been the Globe. 1,200. But this building is on the very edge of the campus. If you know, I know that building well. I had two sons who spent a good chunk of their lives there. It's at the very edge of the campus. It's not in the heartland of the campus. It's not the green. And there are several greens. It's not any of the three greens as I remember them. So it's right on the edge of the campus, and where the shooting took place is at the very edge of that building on the edge of the campus. And so, as those of you who know Providence know, you are very quickly into a residential neighborhood, which is why the video footage you're seeing of this defendant's, person of interest movements, are pre and post shooting are in that neighborhood. So the building is on the edge of the Brown campus. where the shooting took place is at the edge of that building, and then you're very quickly into a residential neighborhood. There is no footage. I'll try to say it again. There's no footage that depicts this individual that would be useful in identifying him that we have not released to you. And I think you can tell from, frankly, the not very helpful quality of the initial footage that our standard is pretty low. If we thought it was at all helpful, we would have and will release it.
I mean, I don't disagree with what he's saying there, footage-wise. I mean, what we have seen, I mean, you cannot really conclude much based on how covered up that guy was, other than the way in which he walks and paces around, which Tony was saying he waddles, and he does. He looks like a relatively plump dude. Other than that, we don't have much, really.
Listen, no one respects law enforcement more than me, but there's not one person that trots out every day in Providence who gives anybody confidence. And then the mayor's saying, well, I was in the schools today talking to the kids, and they're still going to school. But if there's a criminal, a murderer free, why are you telling everybody not to worry? Would you worry? For example, he's talking about the community, like Penn, Temple, Penn and Drexel, and in that community, there's residential neighborhoods. If somebody killed somebody, or Penn or Drexel, that they're all residential communities right next to major universities.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Temple,
yeah,
there's residential neighborhoods. If somebody kills somebody, and we see shootings down in the Temple area at Broad and Martin Luther King Boulevard, 2 blocks away off campus, it's scary out there for these kids. So there's cameras everywhere. They can put cameras up to get people's license plates just in case you parked in overtime and they send you tickets, but they can't find a guy who was walking around for hours, and now all these days later, they have no idea who, why, where, or where he is. I mean, it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry.
Are you saying, do you think they should have like shelter in place still, or no?
No. But
Okay.
don't tell
Right.
the guy's dangerous. But then, oh, by the way, don't worry about it. Just go to school and go to work. So if this guy's that dangerous, then why are you seem lackadaisical about trying to find him? And they arrested the wrong guy the first night because of their haste to try to get somebody.
Yeah,
they arrested and identified a person.
Yeah.
So imagine doing that.
That was the real confounding part to me, is they found that what they thought was the suspect in that hotel, and forget the name and the age, when everybody was running with the wrong LinkedIn page and the wrong photo on social media because they all think they're Ben Matlock and they want to solve a case in a 60-minute television show. But they found a guy with a gun with a laser light attached to the gun, and they said they used cell phone data to track him down. So I want to know more about that person and what was his connection to Brown, and what led them to that hotel thinking this was the guy? I mean, how many people are sleeping in a hotel room with a handgun with a laser attached to it that were just at a university but were not, I guess, implicated or suspected to be a person of interest, and they exonerate him? That was bizarre to me. I've never heard of that before. Yeah.
I don't think they exonerated him.
No, so is he still technically...
They just said...
Released him, right?
They just released him.
Okay.
Because you have to... What do you have when you're a prosecutor? So once you arrest somebody, you have like 48 hours, let's say, you're on the clock.
The charge?
To then present, because you have to go to court and present the evidence that you have to keep holding that person and charge them.
All I'm saying is that social media does us no services by everybody rushing to judgment and everybody posting this, and everybody's a damn sleuth and is like, well, if you look this and you play this backwards and you like everybody, just let the law enforcement do their job. The end. And however long it takes is however long it takes. I don't know. Where's the FBI?
They're involved. Well, they're
They're
walking
involved.
through the snow, remember?
But remember, I reported they are not leading the investigation. That's not the protocol. They are
state
assisting.
police, right?
Yep. So they are assisting local and state authorities.
They're combing the snow.
No, the feds weren't
with their shoes.
Local guys.
They're showing the guy walking again with the mask on. Boy, he is a fat guy. He's got a massive gut.
Yeah.
The Brown University president, Christina Paxton, says she knows nothing about the web pages being taken down as part of this, because there was a report. What was the report? There was a report of a guy who was like a Free Palestine guy or something like that, right?
A student activist.
And wearing a kaffifi and all of that. and then that was up, and then the next day it was down or something like that. Do I have that correct? Anybody step in here?
Yeah,
I've kind of
the
seen the
school
picture.
released a statement about
I'm not a news person.
basically not painting everybody with a broad brush or rush to judgment. And it just shows. I mean, part of this is, I will say this. Part of this is that they're so concerned about any kind of profiling of anybody who might be Muslim or Arab. That's what they're worried about. And this is why this infuriates, by the way, like here in Philadelphia and across the nation, in New York, D.C. This is infuriating to the black community, because they're like, dude, we would get rounded up. If you're a black guy who looks like you're, anywhere between 18 and 25 and something bad happens, everybody gets profiled and rounded up. But somebody who might be Arab or Muslim, nobody's going to say that because, whoops, don't want to profile.
Right.
All right, let's roll this.
I've been working very closely with law enforcement to provide them with all of the internal to Brown information that they need to do this investigation. It's their investigation. They're the professionals. So we're providing information. We're not in the job of reviewing it for them. I know nothing about web pages being taken down as part of this. It's the first I've heard of it.
I'm actually...
What does she do for $3.1 million a year? And remember, she has a history of engaging and promoting anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian causes on the Brown campus.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt. I mean, this is not just internet morons throwing stuff out there. There's videotape of her and the people at Brown allowing people to they foment anti-Semitism at Brown University.
We've seen it for
any doubt.
We've seen it
exactly
26 months now in these Ivy League campuses, where it's 95% liberal or 98% of professors are liberal. It's all pro get Palestine, pro Hamas, anti-Israel. But let me, in this isolated moment of that webpage allegedly being taken down, you know why they have to do that? Because what Stalker was just saying, and I think all of us were in agreement with, is all of these people on social media that rush to judgment and think they've solved the case, and then you point out the wrong person, and then this person becomes a target, or God forbid becomes a victim. Whoever this person's picture and this person's name was on this webpage that was reportedly taken down, if this person had nothing to do with anything, but because of a few people saying, I thought I heard him say Allahu Akbar, like now this person's life is thrown upside down because of numbnuts on Twitter that think that they're solving crimes and are smarter than the authorities. It's like, that's why they probably took it down, to make sure that this person doesn't end up a victim and on the receiving end of a targeted attack merely because of his race or his faith. That's why they do it. So I actually agree with her on that.
But Nick, they foment this by asking the public to come up with video from their home cameras. Or if you have a VCR running in your bedroom and it's still flashing 12, we want to get that VHS tape.
You don't think that's commonplace? Tony, you don't think that's commonplace for people to... If a crime is committed on your street, or, like...
I understand it, but
they go around door to door and say, did you see anything? Do you know anything? I understand, but what you're saying is that, like, that is commonplace in law enforcement, to go around to neighborhoods.
I know that. I mean, I had video cameras in front of my house in South Philly when people were stealing my scooter and everything else in the middle of the night. And you give it to the police department, and there's so many of these crimes, they're not going to catch the person who stole your property. And that's the problem when you're in high crime areas. I mean, let's be honest. Have you been, to Providence, Rhode Island?
No.
They don't really care about much up there, Yeah. It's a very loosey-goosey area. And, you got the media is a joke. The local reporters are all Boston Globe or Providence Journal people, and they're not real journalists. They're just hacks. If this was somebody who killed a prominent liberal, you think that they would be dropping the ball on this? That's why they arrested that guy. Oh, we got a white guy, let's arrest him. Yeah. And then they realized they couldn't keep him because they got the wrong guy. We talk about rush to judgment. They rushed to arrest a guy within hours of the slaughter taking place. So now all of a sudden, days later, after all these investigators and all these FBI and local state and then the attorney general yelling at people, don't rush to judgment, they rushed to judgment while the bodies were still in the school building. So that's why I'm angry about the rush to judgment nonsense. You think that attorney general guy is clean? I think he's a scumbag. And I think once all is said and done, and they get the person, hopefully, I think the president of Brown should resign, and I think the attorney general should resign. That police commissioner should resign. Everybody in the mayor should resign and just go home with his husband and live happily ever after.
Yeah, the only one who should keep his job is the sign language guy. He's the hardest working guy there.
I was just going to say that.
No, they replaced him yesterday. They had a woman.
Oh, that's
right.
A woman who looked like
You're
she
right.
was really, yes, she was really in pain. The thing about these sign people, it looks like they're in agony.
I know.
Oh, why do we need sign? Why can't we have closed captioning?
It's a great question.
I know
it's a great question.
They move their hands as much as Gavin Newsom does.
Sign language is actually different than the closed captioning.
I understand that.
Yeah.
The student is Mustafa
Yes.
Arbouch, and so they took down because Mustafa, as Nick Kayal said, Nick Kayal talked about the fact that the suspect is portly, right? Is a little chubby. Yes. And if you look at pictures of Mustafa, he's physically would fit the description. So it actually, I think, was not necessarily because Mustafa is Muslim, but because he fits the body. If you look at pictures of him and then you look at the pictures of the suspect.
He's a fat slob.
You go, oh, wow, they really have the same body type.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, but they said that he was getting doxxed.
He's kind of
and
built
they
like
condemned
me.
that.
All right,
The guy they unjustly arrested was not getting doxxed, right?
No, the Wisconsin guy, no.
No, but my point is they rushed to judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And again, I don't want the wrong person picked up.
Yeah.
But if you still, all these days later, and every day you go on national television and introduce the same stooges that are out there every day with no answers, then why keep doing news conferences? They want this story to go away. That's what this is all about. They want this to go away.
Tim Walz came out and gave a press conference yesterday.
Speaking of going away,
about new gun legislation that he is enacting in Minnesota. Let's start here with cut 28, Phil, if you will.
And the next one is one where Minnesota is going to take a lead on 2513. Since 1996 and the Dickey Amendment, it basically froze this nation's ability to do research around gun violence so that people could hold up their hands and say, I don't know, it seems like we have a lot more. No, we just don't have a lot more. We are the murder gun capital of the planet because people have made the decision to protect gun manufacturers and those who don't want to take responsible action.
Did you ever think, Slapnuts, that maybe we're the murder capital of the planet because we don't lock up the bad guys? How about that? Maybe we stop having people with 47 priors roaming the streets. How about we start there with locking up humans on top of responsible gun ownership, which means locking up your firearm instead of having stories in Dawn's News where, I don't know, perhaps a kid grabbed the gun from the coffee table and he was up on the third floor and shot his buddy in the bedroom. We have too many stupid people out there and too many bad people. Let me just give this stat, Tony. We're talking about Brown and we're talking about MIT and all these other shootings. Obviously, what happened on Bondi Beach in Australia. Did you know that after that 1996 massacre in Australia, they did the mandatory gun buyback? And you would think that gun possession would have decreased on that continent in the last 30 years. It actually has gone up 25% in the last 29 years. So this notion that you're going to make tougher laws and we're going to have lower volume of guns, I think that's fantasy world. That's not reality. It's only going to make people want them more. That's not the solution.
By the way, Tim Walz should get his facts
straight.
straight.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what the amazing thing dawned to me about Tim Walz? You would think Tim Walz would scurry away and just go hide after the debacle of the whole, him being picked as the vice presidential nominee. But the thing is, you can't shame people like Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom. These people still go out there because the media side with them. Yep. The fact that this guy is still out there campaigning in other states while his own state, Minnesota, has all these people who have built our tax dollars, billions of dollars, that was supposed to go to starving kids. We were talking about, well, the health care is going up because they haven't dealt with it. And Obamacare, and if you don't have this done, people are going to lose their health insurance. Obamacare was a disaster. And so they have it. They have the they have it in compartments on what's good and what's bad. Anybody who listens to Tim Walz at this juncture, as all he has is Trump did this and Trump did that. And again, I'm not defending Trump, but the fact that this clown is still getting a national audience every day, as someone just like Kamala Harris, they're shameless. They have no shame. They think that everything they did was right, and they're the good guys.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Brazil, Nigeria, Mexico, India, and South Africa accounted for 40% of all homicides worldwide.
Wow.
Oh,
so we don't even. So we're number 6. It looks like
6, 7.
But 6 or 7, depending. Yeah, no, number 7.
But his point, to Dawn's point, was that he said we're the murder capital of the world, which is incorrect.
Yeah,
right.
Incorrect.
Exactly.
It's incorrect.
It's Brazil.
Stupid asshole.
Brazil, Nigeria, Mexico, India, then South Africa.
Sorry. I just had to
It's like
I just had to beat
Shapiro. I
myself.
heard you guys were talking about Josh Shapiro earlier this morning about what a weasel he is.
Yeah.
He keeps telling Pennsylvanians, you're going to get a tax, you're going to get more money in your pocket. And it's the more money in your pocket lie is that you're going to get a tax break. You're not getting cash. He's not giving you $600 cash in Pennsylvania. It's a tax credit. So that means when you do your taxes, you get to deduct $600. But that's how politicians lie on both sides. It's not. But Josh Shapiro telling people that Pennsylvanians are going to get $600 back in their pockets is a lie.
Yeah.
It's an absolute verifiable lie.
Still
Now,
waiting for my
people buy it.
$250 gas credit.
Politicians lie, and
they all do.
And water's wet. All right, what a couple.
Still waiting for our school choice promise here.
Yeah,
In Pennsylvania.
amen to that.
A couple more from Timmy here. This is 29. Has a message for insurance companies. Roll this.
So 2513 will lay the groundwork that will require insurance companies to provide us the data on the cost of gun violence and guns in this state. And we are going to use that data to do the research the federal government is too cowardice to do, to understand that this is a public health crisis that could be attacked like any other public health crisis if we simply had the courage. So I encourage those insurance companies to get your lawyers if that's what you want to do and not provide this data. But I can tell you this thing is rock solid and you're going to provide it. And we're going to do the research on it and we're going to have more evidence exactly to make the case. And
if you're just joining us here, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz signs an executive order on gun violence in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, I would say it's a mental health crisis. I mean, especially on the mass shooting standpoint. I think you got to be sick in the head to want to kill anybody. But when you do these mass shootings, for sure. But I'll tell you what, if there was a way for Big Pharma to get involved, boy, Democrats would change their tone. If this was a mental health crisis where they could, roll out something from Big Pharma, they would be all for it. Tony, I don't know about you, especially with all, I think a lot of this is coming from Australia as well. They don't have a Second Amendment. Can you imagine living on as I spill my coffee, living on in a country or on a continent where you don't have Second Amendment rights? Like, I want to be able to have a firearm to protect people from the absurd that happens when these people just go rogue and completely go off the grid and want to wipe out hundreds of people. I mean, that was the intention in Australia. I mean, those people,
Absolutely.
That was like target practice on the beach.
The father and son, and they had bolt-action long guns. I mean, that's like, imagine if they had fully automatic weapons, how many people they would have killed. This guy had to cock and load, the father and son, each time they shot somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they have and again, I mostly saw female police officers did nothing. They did not. In fact, the guy, the Muslim hero guy who went and jumped the one guy, he got shot by a police officer. He didn't get shot by the two terrorists. He got shot by a female police officer when he was trying to stop the other guy, the one guy who was shooting people indiscriminately. So that's the problem when you have a paranoid country which has more kangaroos than human beings. And listen, I love Australia, but when you have more kangaroos than people because it's such a big continent and a big country, people are going to get guns. How did these two guys get guns? And by the way, they were supposedly legally obtained guns. So how in the country where you have bolt action rifles, single shots, and they have to recock it and shoot it all the time, isn't that what the founders had back in the? Isn't that what we had back in the day?
Yeah.
Well, we don't have muskets anymore. Those guys basically had muskets. They had guns where they had to pull back each time they shot, and they still shot what, 60, 70 people?
Yeah.
The 24-year-old accused shooter is out of the coma. They formally charged him with 15 counts of murder, and the first funerals are being held in Australia for the victims in that mass shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, can you talk to us about Piazza, my friend?
Absolutely. The holiday season is here, and you can share the love of driving excellence. That's right, because that's what Mercedes-Benz in Piazza is all about. Excellence. It's the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration, and it's going on at all three of their conveniently located Mercedes-Benz dealerships right here in Westchester, Pennsylvania, of course, Wilmington, Delaware, and down the shore in Atlantic City. And they have exceptional offers right now, like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. Even our buddy Michael Steinberg, who manages the Piazza account, he's taken advantage of this. He just cashed in and got a new gorgeous Mercedes-Benz at the Westchester dealership. So discover your holiday dream this holiday season with Piazza and Mercedes. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Anytime online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
King Shooter Supply and King of Prussia reminds you that the holiday season is here already. And now's the time to book your work, family, or friend group on the range for a safe and fun shooting experience. King Shooters has everything from 22s for the new shooters to rifles, suppressors, even machine guns for that very special group. Contact them today to book your group, kingshooters.com. King Shooter Supply, 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Open every day. kingshooters.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good, stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Damn right. Tony Bruno, sponsored by the Jug Handle Inn. After all, it is a Finger Frenzy Wednesday at the Jug tonight and every Wednesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Half-price baskets, chicken fingers and fries, and we will hook you up with a $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn coming up probably between 9:30 and 9:50 this morning. So stay tuned for that. Cut sheet continues. Bruno in box 4 down in Florida. By the way, Tone,
What's in the box?
What's in the
By the way,
box?
72 today,
Oh.
going up to 80. The weather's here perfect. It's absolutely perfect here.
That's exactly
I'm
what I
not
was
trying
going to
rub
ask
it in.
you. No, please
I mean,
do.
when you feel bad like I do, I'm going to start my infusions next week. People have always asked me about, my health, but I'm going to have infusions starting next Tuesday. So Christmas Eve, while all you are running around for last-minute gifts, I'll be sitting with a slow drip, to try to get my colitis under control, hopefully for the new year.
Got to get some peptides.
Yeah.
Put some peptides in there, too.
I'm going to start a slow drip on Friday night, December 19th, when Alabama plays Oklahoma in the playoff, Tony. Except that slow drip.
Grey Goose, what are you going?
We're going to go Tito's, Tone.
Tito's.
Well, nice
hey, it's
slow
American-made product, baby.
Yeah, right.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. I want to see where we're at here as far as likes go. I'm sure I'm not going to like it. 182. What a disgrace. What a disgraceful amount of likes, Tony. I need like 200 people right now. Okay, 200 of you. Get off of 1210 WPHT or the Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app. And head on over to YouTube, youtube.com. YouTube. Yeah, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit that thumbs up button. What are you waiting for, people? Come on. Right, Tony? I mean, it's disgraceful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way, have you seen all the damning news about Meta and what they've done to people over the years?
Yes.
I mean, aren't they the same company, basically?
Yes.
No, Meta is Facebook, Instagram. YouTube is owned by Google. But, yeah, same thing.
YouTube.
Okay.
Hit that thumbs up button, or Tony is gonna yell at you.
We might need to start
And
incentivizing
the thing about
this.
YouTube,
Yeah,
the thing about YouTube that really bugs me is, if you want to find a music video or any kind of movie
it's so
thing,
great.
you go to YouTube and the
So
show.
great.
But then if you say something on a YouTube broadcast like this, which is streaming, they'll shut you down.
I know.
If you play 10 seconds of a song,
You're
they
right.
shut you down. Yet if you want a song, you can go on there and find it.
You're 100%
so
right.
They need to clarify how it works.
I agree
Because
with you.
A lot of people utilize YouTube, to stay in contact with their friends and have shows on there.
Yep.
So why are they taking advantage of people doing shows, by the way, for free?
Yep.
YouTube
don't get
doesn't
paid.
pay any of us
Nope.
to do shows, right?
Nope.
So then they try to punish you
Yep.
for giving them free content.
Yeah.
How does that make any sense?
1,000,000,000%. We utilize it just because that's where people are. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like we're going to where you are. And yeah, we're constantly
Where's the quid pro quo? You grease us, we grease you.
Tony,
And that's how I work.
Tony, every day at the end of the show, I'm back there with Frank Canal and Phil Almquist, and we're deciding what we have to edit out of today's show because of copyright. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a giant ass pain that I want to get rid of, but we need to figure this
copyright.
out.
That's artists' original content.
Yeah.
So Google.
We need to figure this
and
out,
YouTube
though.
control it, not Brendan Carr of the FCC.
But it's also beyond music too, because we can't play like Saturday Night Live clips or certain things on certain networks, which is ridiculous. Like, why would you not want? Like, if you're NBC, you wouldn't.
They're subscriptions, and they want you to subscribe to the.
Because people want to get paid
Yes.
for their original content.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, but Dawn, if you play a clip of a song for 10 seconds, you're not really hurting anybody.
Well,
I mean, that's the thing. It's like if you're trying, my point is, it's pretty simple. It's cut and dried. If you're a YouTube person, I have my show on YouTube. Pretty much everybody that has a online show is on YouTube as one of their channels, right?
Yep.
If you have that, you're giving them your content for free. They're not paying you for that content. Yet, if you do anything, I'm not talking about blatant, copyright infringement and stuff like that.
Right.
But the fact that you can go on YouTube and get any song, any movie clip, anything else on YouTube, but if you air said clip or anything else on YouTube, they'll shut you down. That's the part I don't understand. I'm not a lawyer, but I just try to use logic. Explain how that works.
Yes.
Generally, 10 seconds usually won't get you flagged.
Nope. It absolutely will.
It depends on what it is.
But here's Dawn, you're correct. We pay a licensing fee. 1210 WPHT pays a licensing fee to those scumbags at the FCC to air music. You know what I mean? So therefore, artists, Dawn, to your point, can get paid when we play, music. So we can do that all day long.
Because you have the ASCAP and BMI. You're right.
100%.
Most stations, especially in a cluster where there's music stations involved, like 1210, and then there's music stations.
Yep.
But when I say the stations that play music, ASCAP BMI licensing. That gives you the authority to play music because that's how the artists get compensated and don't get ripped off by unscrupulous people. So that's the thing that bugs me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to, so do you guys think, and I think we've had this discussion in the past, but I want to have it again. Do you think that these activist judges who release career criminals there should be some sort of penalty for them when the career criminal that they release commits another crime?
Yes. And not just penalized as in being voted out of office, but an actual criminal offense.
You're an officer of the court.
Yep. Correct. Charlotte, North Carolina, the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department.
God, don't tell me there's another one in Charlotte.
Rips into an activist judge who released a career criminal with 275 charges in less than 3 months.
Dude, what is going on in Charlotte, North Carolina?
I know.
Holy crap.
Roll this newscast.
Is Jonah Oliver. We typically would not show you the mugshot or share the name of a 16.
Share it.
Hang on a second.
Share it. Put it on billboards.
16 years old. Like, we would not normally put this animal, hang them by their testicles. I don't even know if it's a guy.
275 charges.
Yeah.
As a 16-year-old.
16.
So think about what the normal protocol is.
This person needs to be 6 feet under. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But the normal protocol is in the news, even if we have the name and so on, and you go to court and they're processing somebody, it's just a general thing. Florida really started giving this information out because of what we're now discovering. So then the first time you're hearing about somebody, all of a sudden there's an 18-year-old. What is going on with this 18-year-old, this violent 18-year-old? Well, everybody knows in the juvenile system, they've known that now 18-year-old for years, probably since they were 11, 12 years old.
Yeah.
And so Florida, I believe, was one of the first who did this, and we've talked about this, where they said kids as young as 8, if they're doing all these bad things, and especially causing like catastrophes, calling in bomb threats or what have you, or making these threats, they are naming names for kids as young as 8, 9 years old because they discovered it is a deterrent.
Yep.
And they hold the parents accountable.
If you don't steal, we're your new best friends. If you steal, we're your worst enemy.
This is disgraceful. 275 charges at 16 years old in 3 months. Roll this. Oh, wait, that's
75 times, and now facing charges in adult court. We are the latest example, some say, of a repeat offender problem when it comes to juveniles in our community. 2 weeks ago, police say Oliver and another person carjacked a man with a gun.
Oh my God.
Moments after the victim pulled out of this Shell gas station on Statesville Avenue. Then the next day, detectives say Oliver shot into this home on Columbus Circle in West Charlotte's Ashley Park neighborhood. Police say it was affiliated with a rival gang member.
Of course.
2 cars were also shot into here. Nobody was hurt. Detectives pinned Oliver to both crimes and say they found these firearms inside the home where the teen lives. 2 of them had switches, turning them into fully automatic firearms. Through court documents, I learned Oliver is the same juvenile who police were talking about here at their mid-year public safety news conference in July.
This one juvenile racked up 275 charges from 8 local jurisdictions. Over 100 of these charges were for breaking and entering into vehicles and larceny of autos. Think about that for a moment. 275 charges in less than 3 months.
Lieutenant Allison Sudreth is with CMPD's Juvenile Accountability and Diversion Empowerment Unit, known as JADE. She could not talk about Oliver's
Defund
case,
that department.
but says it is one example of many juveniles not being held accountable.
We see the same offenders recommitting. It is very saddening, but it again, this takes a village of a team of people to correct this problem.
Lieutenant Sudreth says as a mom herself, she is passionate about the work the JADE unit does, trying to hold teens accountable, but also help them too.
God.
Mecklenburg
who signed up
County.
for this that didn't want to help the community, and that includes juveniles.
String this guy up by his
Because
balls
they
in the
start,
public
and we don't want to see
square.
them later on in our career.
But she adds, something has to change to fix the problem.
We rely
Really?
heavily on our judges.
You think?
And so we need stronger detention when applicable for high-risk juvenile offenders.
Charge the juvenile as an adult and throw the book at them.
Yeah.
Is it that hard anymore in America, in a big city, to find a prosecutor with a zest for justice or a judge who says F around and find out? Man, my God. How many more of these
Larry
sort of
Krasner wants to
stooges?
find that. Yeah, Larry Krasner wants to find that juvenile so he can give him a medal in City Hall.
Yeah. Future mayor. 275. That kid's got more charges than I've had good days.
Oh, that's not true. But what did Tony Bruno just bring up? I would love to know the stats and the possible correlation. I was just looking through it, through stats in the USA, on the rise of these so-called progressive district attorneys, and then and the correlation or possible correlation between that and the rise in juvie crimes, because the juveniles know that they will walk.
Yeah.
Lock these.
Hell, the adults are walking.
Lock these judges up too. Lock them up.
Yeah.
If they let these animals loose and they're committing more crimes, lock the judges up too. Lock the lawyers up.
I
Lock
agree.
the parents up. Lock them all up. How about that?
Yeah.
That one judge who who used the back door, that big fat woman down south somewhere.
Yeah.
She's on trial right now for basically having an illegal alien in the courthouse, and then when ICE agents were there to arrest him, she let him out the back door. How is that not violating her job? She has no business protecting criminal illegal aliens, or anybody a criminal, and allowing them to go out the back door. And now people are coming to her defense saying she did the right thing.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. When you're a judge, your job is to follow the law, not a political ideology.
And that trial is the Wisconsin judge, Hannah Dugan, that you're talking about. It's a federal trial ongoing right now.
Yeah. I've never liked the fact that prosecutors and judges have to run for election based on a political affiliation. Well, to me, if you're a judge, now look, I get it. You know, if some judges want to be a little bit more lenient on certain things like marijuana, but like when we're talking about repeat offenders, violent crimes, ag assault with a deadly, and then all the aggravating factors on top of said crime, like it's just absurd to me. But why do judges and prosecutors have to have a D or an R in front of their name? Why? Let's separate the political world from the criminal justice system.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I've never understood that.
All right, so that was Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's go to Los Angeles, California. This is 8, where a 7-Eleven is looted by a gang of thugs who continue to go unpunished. But it's not just the judges and everybody else who. One resident said they probably don't have money for food.
Oh, well, then it's
That's the reason that these animals are looting this 7-Eleven. It's because maybe they don't have enough money for food. Roll this. Look at this.
Dramatic cell phone video Los Angeles police are combing through to investigate the latest flash mob robbery.
Oh my gosh.
Dozens of teens seen Saturday stealing and throwing items out of a 7-Eleven to others outside.
It's worth it because they don't got my face on it.
One teen bragging on camera why they feel untouchable.
Like nobody respects, anything or anyone, so they feel like they could get away with anything because, from what it looks like, they can.
LAPD confirms they rushed to the Beverly Boulevard location Saturday afternoon after the clerk hit the panic alarm. Police say someone wearing a mask pointed a gun at the employee while the rest of the group swarmed in, overwhelming the store and ransacking everything in sight.
It happens everywhere. It looked like a bunch of kids. So I'm not surprised.
They probably don't have the money for food. If you literally go up that block, there's so many homeless people down there. Like, honestly, it's a system.
It's systemic. It's systemic. This guy, lock him up too.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
If I was the ruler of the universe, wearing a mask in public would be outlawed.
These people are just. This is the reason this country's in the shape that it's in, because of mindsets like that.
Mm-hmm.
They probably don't have enough. No, they're thugs.
Yep.
They're thugs who are doing it for a kick.
And it's all organized. It's all communicated through social media.
It's a flash mob, yes.
Yep. Hey, we're going to get together at the 7-Eleven down at the corner of what and what at this date and time, and 70 of us will run amok because, and the 7-Eleven clerk has been told not to fight and resist. Let them do what they want, right? Or they'll be fired. Right?
If I worked at a 7-Eleven like that, I'd have an effing machine gun behind the counter. And as soon as this group of thugs came in, I don't care. I'd wipe them all out. Oh, God.
I'd start throwing slushies.
Firing squad. This mindset is just disgraceful.
Greg is really fired up today, man.
Sorry.
Greg is a man. You got to watch Sisu too. That's what Greg would be like Sisu. I don't know if you saw that movie.
No.
It's basically the John Wick of Finland.
Yeah.
And this guy goes out there and he's an old guy and he just mows down everybody. That's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of justice we need in this country.
By the way, 7-Elevens, they stink anyway.
They do, absolutely.
You gotta go to
low
Wawa.
energy.
There's a lot of them. There's more 7-Elevens opening here in Florida. There's Wawas too. But I thought 7-Elevens were fading. But they're building more 7-Elevens everywhere.
7-Elevens are like Walmart and Wawa's more like Target.
Yeah.
7-Eleven attracts the lowest clientele.
7-Eleven does have better slushies, though.
You're a slushy guy?
No, but when back in the day, they had better slushies. Maybe they don't anymore because I probably haven't been in one in 25 years.
I used to get the 7-Eleven hot dog back in the day.
Oh, God.
See it rotating on that little thing?
You'll live forever now
Yeah,
after you ate that. Dawn, can you talk to us about Chapman windows, doors, and siding, please?
Absolutely, especially this time of year. I want to share the Chapman difference with you. Holiday season, nothing better than coming home to the warmth and comfort of your home, and hopefully a beautiful home it is. That's why I want to share with you the Chapman difference. Chapman windows, doors, and siding. So this month of December, Chapman making it easier than ever to upgrade your home with 24-month zero-interest financing on any project on your home, plus 20% off all siding. So if you've got drafty windows, the doors are ready for a big update on your homes, or maybe your home's exterior needs a refresh for the new year, Chapman has you covered. And there is a Chapman difference that I've talked about for years. You know this, Chapman windows, doors, and siding. These guys take such pride in every single project in your home. I can vouch for that. Their high quality craftsmanship, their care, their reputation in our community for decades as a trusted family owned local company. And they treat your home like it's their own home. I can vouch for that. And if you need somebody, let's say you need something a little extra, I needed some carpentry work, they'll provide that too. Everything's up front, everything's in writing, and there are no surprises with the Chapman family team. They do high quality work. So as you enjoy the holidays, Hanukkah this week, Christmas next week, and all the people coming in and out of your home this blessed time of year. Make sure that your home and you're looking, you're feeling your best, right? Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Visit ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, 8:54 on this Tony Bruno Jug Handle In What Up Wednesday Fight Club in just about 15 minutes. Very lively YouTube chat as well as social media today. Snow Bunny Gal checks in on X and says, I would love to sit down and watch a Hallmark movie with Greg. He probably gets just as angry as those movies as he does with criminals.
Turn it off. I don't need you or want you. I hate Hallmark movies.
Me too. I don't allow them on in my house. I have the Hallmark channel blocked.
You should.
On my TV.
You should, absolutely. Hideous happy ending stories. Nobody wants to see that.
Hallmark and Lifetime. Get out.
Get out.
Get out.
A former Alaskan Airlines pilot serves only 46 days in jail after attempting to crash a plane full of people in October of 2023. This is Joseph Emerson.
Really?
Yeah, fresh off a 2-day bender of magic mushrooms and insomnia. He attempted to shut down the engines of a Horizon Air flight from Washington State to San Francisco on October 23rd, 2023. After 46 days, Emerson bailed out for a mere $5,000 and was recently sentenced to time served and 3 years probation. Roll this.
Newly released dash cam footage, photos, videos, and police reports help reconstruct the in-flight emergency when a former Alaska Airlines pilot tried to shut down the engines of a passenger plane in October of 2023. Horizon Flight 2059 was headed from Everett to San Francisco when off-duty pilot Joseph Emerson, riding in the jump seat, tried to pull the fire suppression handles.
Cool.
This is audio from the melee in the cockpit.
What's that? What's wrong? You want to be home? Sorry.
Gotta go.
Get out.
Hey! What's going on? Huh?
Yeah. Horizon, we need to make an emergency landing.
I'm sorry, who was that?
That's Horizon 2059. We've got a jump seater. Just try to shut our engines off. We need to go direct to Portland now.
Throttle.
The flight crew averted a catastrophe and safely landed at Portland International Airport.
Actually, stop it right there.
Emerson was
I think
taken
I'd
into custody.
rather have the plane go down than land in Portland. You know what? Portland or 30,000-foot plunge? Give me the 30,000-foot plunge.
Wow.
It's bad enough that you get onto a flight and you're sitting next to a dude who smells like a bag of Funyuns. Now you got to deal with people like this. And he gets 46 days?
46 days.
That is crazy.
He'll never fly again, though, right? His licensing will probably be stripped permanently.
I would hope not. Well, unless we need pilots.
Right.
I don't know. There was a shortage there recently. So
yeah.
Keep going with this.
Off the airplane, then interrogated by police.
Hey, man, so what's going on?
I'm having a nervous breakdown.
Okay.
I don't really know why.
Emerson told investigators he'd taken psychedelic mushrooms 2 days before the incident and hadn't slept in 48 hours.
So were you trying to kill yourself?
660. I was trying to wake up.
Trying to wake up.
Because I don't feel like this is real. I didn't feel like it's real.
Okay. So when did you finally notice that this was real?
When I saw the look on people's faces when you guys brought me out.
Last month, a federal judge sentenced Emerson to time served and 3 years of supervised release. The judge said the case offers a cautionary tale, not just about air safety, but the dangers of hallucinogenic drugs.
There we go.
But that Colorado survey study said that psychedelic mushrooms have benefits. Oh, man.
What about mushroom? If he only had taken the mushroom coffee that everybody's pimping right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to pimp a donut right now. Jimmy Kelly made a food run for all
Thank
of
you,
us.
Jimmy.
Oh, for God's sake!
Look at this. I've got a glazed donut with some sort of topping.
When's that diet start, Nick?
January 10th.
Oh my goodness!
It was January 5th when we started the show. We've bumped it to the 10th.
Wait a minute. Don't you guys still get the free tasty cakes there every day?
No, Hugh Douglas ate them all.
A California family says a funeral director gave them a bag with their own son's brains in it.
Oh my God!
Oh, I did see this.
The family of 27-year-old Alexander Pinnan has filed a lawsuit claiming funeral director Anita Singh gave them their son's brains instead of his clothes. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. But it's like,
this is your son's brain on drugs. This is your son's brain in your lap.
Are those your son's Nikes, or is that his cerebellum?
It's hard to believe these stories are real.
Pinion family had paid for $10,000 for a full-service memorial tribute package. They requested that the funeral home give him back their son's clothes. According to the lawsuit, Singh handed them a bag. When they went home, they put the contents of the bag in the laundry, and out came brain material.
Oh gosh!
Some of us have lint. Others have brain material.
Roll this.
How do you give a father his son's brains and not a bag of clothing? Anita.
She has purple hair, by the way.
Yeah, you heard it. A father has filed a lawsuit saying a funeral director gave him a bag with what was supposed to be his son's clothing. But once he got home, he realized the bag contained his son's brain.
They wanted to do what's right for their son, and they wanted to have a dignified farewell for him.
Absolutely.
Sam Rahabis filed a lawsuit for the family that says they agreed to pay Lima more than $10,000 for a full-service memorial tribute package. They also wanted to give nicer clothes for Alex to wear during the burial service and asked the funeral director to return what he was wearing at the time of death. The lawsuit says Anita Singh handed Alex's father a bag. He went home to put it straight into the laundry, and out tumbled brain material.
Oh, my God.
In the washing machine.
To them at that point, they had no idea that it was their son's brain that was in the washing machine. They didn't know if it was mixed up with somebody else's brain, whether it was their son's. They had not a single idea.
Alex's father scooped out the brain, put it back in the bag, and returned it to Anita Singh at the funeral home.
Miss Singh took the bag back from him, never disclosed whose brain it was, never gave information, no apologies, and said, I'll take that from here.
The next day, Alex was buried at Oak Hill Memorial Cemetery.
God.
Weeks later, the lawsuit says, a whistleblower who works at the funeral home came forward to confirm it was Alex's brain in that bag. After the mix-up,
can you pause it for a second?
How does this happen? Wouldn't if you're having the brain removed for whatever purpose, wouldn't that be done at a morgue, not a funeral parlor?
Yeah. Why would a funeral parlor take a brain out?
Yeah.
Maybe it was going to be studied for something. But how does that conversation go?
Well, here's how it goes.
Hello, this is funeral director doesn't make that decision.
Hang on a sec. Is this Anita? Yeah. I washed my son's Levi's and his brains came out. Can you explain that?
How does that happen?
Honey, here's what happened. I was doing some delicates. We had some underwear, some socks, a couple of towels, a pair of jeans, and some brain. We put the brain on tumble low heat, a couple of extra fabric softener sheets.
This is a disgraceful story, and we should be appalled. It's
I don't really know. If you get, I guess technically they do the embalming at funeral parlors, right?
But the only time you get to remove a brain is if the family decides to donate it
to science or something.
Donate it to medicine, to science.
Right.
Nobody takes a brain out at a funeral parlor.
Right. Or maybe if you're testing for CTE. Yeah. Maybe this will happen to Antonio Brown when he dies.
Can you keep going with this a little bit more? I'm fascinated by this story.
Placed it in a box
as Nick's
and
eating.
left it outside in the funeral home's courtyard for 2.5 months. Finally, an employee spotted the box with the bag inside and became overwhelmed with the smell of a rotting human brain.
Don't get me wrong, errors can happen.
Yeah.
But what cannot happen
and
what should not happen is that you cover up your errors. And that's what the funeral home has done here.
The Lima Family Funeral Home referred me to its owner, Service Corporation International, or SCI, the largest funeral service company in North America. They operate under the Dignity Memorial brand, pledging reliable service.
We need to get every detail right the first time. Every day.
Except the brain. Spokesperson Christopher James sent me an email. Due to active litigation, we won't be commenting on this matter. My next stop was the Lima Family Chapel, looking for the funeral director.
An office manager told me Anita Singh did work here, but she left for good 2 weeks ago.
I was able to catch up with the funeral director as she arrived home. I'm Dan Noyes from Channel 7. How do you give a father his son's brains?
She rolls up her window.
Get away from me.
Yeah, she backs out of her driveway.
Anita.
Just backed away.
Anything to say to the family?
Are you the brains of the operation?
I scheduled an interview with Alex Pignon's parents, but they were too emotional and decided they couldn't talk about their ordeal just yet. In the meantime, their lawsuit moves forward, and their lawyers are negotiating a plan to reunite Alex's brain with the rest of him, already buried at Oak Hill.
We don't know the extent of how much suffering they're going to go through for the remainder of their life, but I can tell you it's something that they're never going to forget. It's something they're going to have to live with forever.
Oh, that poor family.
So what do? You dig up the casket, you pop that sucker open, and you just drop some brains in?
I guess so.
Yeah? You reinsert it through the ear?
Maybe they could do that for you.
My brain's expired.
Oh.
Short shelf life.
Boy, that funeral director, that funeral home should be shut down.
That's Los Angeles, correct?
ABC
and it's part of a chain. It's part of a chain.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest part.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, it's not like the guy in Philadelphia.
Right.
It's not like the guy in Philadelphia who was doing abortions and putting everything into jars in Philadelphia. Remember him, Dr.
Kermit Gosnell. Yeah.
Remember?
Gosnell.
Yeah, Kermit Gosnell.
Yep.
The biggest mass murderer in Philadelphia history.
What were you going to say?
Further proof you shouldn't buy from a chain, buy local.
What were you going to say, Dawn?
Well, I think it is a problem. I think that this is usually a funeral home. Like, you have a local funeral home in the community. They're family owned, family operated. They have relationships with the community, and they care and they take pride in that. In this one, it's like a drive-through, like fast food restaurant or something.
Mm-hmm.
They're treating it like it's some chain. I think that's a real problem.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Just want to see, by the way, we have Fight Club coming up in 4 minutes. Let me just see where we're at as far as likes go.
Yeah, while you're looking, by the way.
Let me refresh this.
Anybody, have we decided everybody going to be cremated? What do you want? I want to be cremated. I don't want to be put in the ground.
Yeah.
Once I'm gone, I'm gone.
I'm gonna live forever, so it doesn't matter. 282 likes. I need 100 more people. YouTube.com.
You couldn't just ask for 18 and get to an even 300. You asked for 100.
Yeah, I need 100 more people. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I go for the stars here, Nick. I don't just settle like you do. Okay. 100 people right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there, hit that thumbs up
And it
button.
doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to pay to like the show.
Thank you, Tony.
But apparently you can donate.
I'm going to have my brain.
Yeah.
I'm going to have my brain put in one of those lava lamps.
Yes.
I can put it on the.
Great idea.
And then you can see my brain matter just going up and down.
Great idea. It's a great idea.
Well, back in the day, you used to take your brain out and put it on ice on the nightstand, right?
Exactly right. Yes. Now I just take my teeth out and put it on the nightstand.
By the way, this we've all been. I mean, probably not in many years because we are all. None of us are spring chickens anymore. But and I say that with all love and respect. But this woman goes on a rampage in a San Francisco bar after being cut off.
I saw this.
She gets kicked out and thrown to the ground immediately. This is a little preview, a little appetizer for Fight Club. We've all seen these, and no offense to them, but it's always women.
Yeah.
These drunk women at bars.
Well,
they're like,
handle their booze.
And the dude that's with her.
Yeah.
The dude that's with her is even more of a wimp.
Yeah.
This is there was a Santa Con. You know what the Santa Cons are?
Sure.
Where people get dressed up like Santa and they go out and they drink and then they go bar to bar.
Yep.
This happened in a Chinese restaurant in San Francisco, and I know the whole story, and they've now doxed the woman, and she should be doxed.
Yeah.
Because what she did and the damage that she caused, although there's a great ending, I don't want to give it away. This is not a Hallmark movie ending.
Thank you, Tony.
Absolute. This is the way that she should go down and go down hard.
YouTube,
so to speak.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this, Phil.
There we go.
Don't mess with
And there we
Santa.
go. There they go again.
They have mandatory minimums in the North Pole.
Wow, what a video that was!
Wow,
boy, that was like a that was like a play in 3 parts, right?
That might be fight of the year.
Slow it down. If you slow it down when she starts running away like a coward, the guy puts his foot out and trips her.
Can you rewind
That's what
it?
she did.
Can you rewind
you
it, Phil?
slow
Without
it down. We got to do this like it's like the Zapruder film.
Not the
you
whole.
Have to watch it frame by frame.
Not the whole thing. Just where she's outside. Yeah, right there. Yeah, started from there.
And she starts running away like a coward.
Trip is very underrated.
Yeah, stop it right there and rewind it to the trip. I want to see the trip again.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/WPHT.
The Russian leg sweep.
It really was. Amazing job.
Hey, Santa's just got big feet.
Yeah.
Can't help it.
That's right.
All right, that takes us
Kayal and
to
Company Holiday Fight Club, where we know everybody's sticking their hand out waiting for a tip. Long lines at the mall. And now, Greg Stocker yelling at listeners to get off his YouTube.
Thank you.
Equal fights. And fights equal holiday ratings.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I need 100 people right now. Get over there and smash that like button. Smash that thumbs up button. I want to get to like 400.
Bang it hard. Hit it hard. Hit it like that chick in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Hit it hard like you just do a face plant on concrete.
This today's fight was submitted by Gigi Gadget, who Dawn and I met. Nick would have met if he was if he wasn't under the weather for the Piazza.
No, I did meet her in person.
Oh, you did? Okay,
I just couldn't talk to her because my voice went.
That's right. She gave us the John Cena's.
Yes.
Gigi Gadget gave us this. This happened on the street. This is I believe there's many angles to this one. This is a good one, I think. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. All right, Phil, let's go.
Oh, boy. Oh, look at that.
Look at that. So one girl's on the ground, one girl's on top of her. There's 2 guys fighting on the other side. Look at this.
Between picnic benches.
Look at this.
It's the holiday season.
Hair pulling.
Yep.
There's some Daisy Duke shorts, right, Dawn?
Yep,
Some butt cheeks. I see some butt
white
cheeks.
chicks, black chicks, fat chicks, skinny chicks.
This is a
skinny dudes.
Yep.
T-shirts being ripped off. Oh, they're going to the guardrail.
Yeah. This is like a hardcore match from back in the day.
This is an unsanctioned WWE match. Look at that choke.
Where's Mick Foley now saying that he's not going to go to the WWE anymore because they support Trump?
Look at this. Oh, yeah, the ladies have had enough. They pushed the guardrail back in.
Is that a girl that he's fighting? No, it's not a girl he's fighting, is it?
There's 2 beta dudes. They weigh 100.
She's on the wrong side of the railing.
Yeah.
You can't be doing it from the other side of a railing.
No.
Is this L.A.? Where is it? I can't see the street.
Assuming because it's warmer weather. They're
Oh, trapped between the rail.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Slam it down now. Right across the back. Sell it.
Yeah, they should go through a table. That's a good point.
Oh.
Now the chick is getting involved in the dude fight. Now they're punching on the guy. Look at this.
They're like closed in between the 2 of those safety barriers. But now
Just-
got some complete roundhouse.
Yeah. Oh, this is amazing.
They have lost control of the situation, folks.
It is. There's butt cheeks. Big fat white chick.
That's in Jameson, so it's a bar. It's an Irish bar.
Yeah.
That's not on the Santa Monica.
Yeah, I'm not
where I
sure.
used to go all the time in Santa Monica, the 3rd Street Promenade. Is that where that is?
Ken's Code said, "Why bother watching WWE?" I agree. This is way better.
This is the aftermath of Cena losing Saturday night. Wow. Yeah.
Gigi Gadget with a home run, my love. Look at you.
I've asked for longer clips, and Gigi gave us a 2-minute and 18-second banger.
That was probably the longest Fight Club we've ever done.
It's great work. By the
Is that
way,
a banger? Would you call that one a banger?
I would definitely call that a banger.
Yeah.
YouTube
banger.
YouTube. What do you want to? What about that? What Tony just brought up, Nick, about Mick Foley?
Yeah, I love that, Tony. Great pull for you from hardcore legend to softcore liberal. Boy, hey, I'm not going to be in the WWE anymore, which I didn't even know Mick Foley was still employed by the WWE.
I didn't either.
Unless it's like a Legends contract, but dude, he wants to distance himself from the company while the company supports Donald Trump. Like, dude, Linda McMahon has been friends and worked for Trump for like 10 years.
It's ridiculous.
Triple H and Stephanie McMahon are Republicans. You just found that out?
I have to say this. I have to say this because I am a McFoley fan. But he's suffering from some CTE, right?
Well, I mean, you take headshots for 10 straight years. Yeah.
So do you think this might have something to do with it? Because the last interview I saw, they did a documentary on him for that Hell in a Cell match they did with The Undertaker back in '98.
Yeah.
And he says he pretty much knows that his memory is going.
But you know what, though? In defense of WWE, granted, okay, Triple H and a few others have been with Marty McCary and Bobby. Remember, they had the Maha initiative at the White House?
Yeah.
But it's not like WWE's putting out political viewpoints on policy.
It's a great point.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, other than Maha, which I don't know how you could be against.
That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he's just a little...
Maybe Triple H should hit him with a sledgehammer one more time. How about that?
He was always a little... I mean, I love what he did in the ring. He was one of the best out there. But, like, you know, his career...
He also did... They did a documentary on him a couple of years ago about being Santa.
Yeah.
Did you see? That was really well done.
He
was one of the guys who wanted to be Santa Claus.
Yep.
And he did the whole thing. He, dyed the beard and went out there just to help kids and stuff. So
that was done
that was a great documentary.
That was done by my friend Tommy Avalone, who I came up with here at when it was 94 WYSP. Him and I started together. Then he went on to be a great documentary filmmaker. Like, he's made some really good films, and Tony's referencing that one.
Is that the one that was on A&E?
I don't remember. It was a while ago now, but it was about all those Santas, all the people who go around as Santa.
That was before Santa Cons became brawls in Chinese restaurants in San Francisco with women. Yeah. And it's always women. I don't know why women have to get violent when they go out and have too much to drink.
Dawn, why is that?
I never did. You're either a fighter or a lover.
Yes, and Dawn's a lover.
I'm a lover, baby.
And she needs to. You need to go to Joseph Anthony Spa, don't you?
Yeah, those broads need a spa day.
Yeah,
we all need a spa day. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. They're the best. They're local. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations, Glen Mills or Springfield. You can always check them out online, josephanthony.com. where gift cards are always available. josephanthony.com. Say, what a relief. You can give the gift of relaxation, luxury, locally with Joseph Anthony Retreat, Spa, and Salon. This December, Kitchen Magic offering great savings on the rooms you use most. Dawn Stensland here. You get 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, just in time to refresh your home before the new year. Plus, you can lock in 2025 pricing now, protecting your budget from any increases. Family owned and proudly made in the USA, Kitchen Magic. Schedule your free design consultation today. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
If you haven't made a dentist appointment this year, you still have this month to schedule an appointment with my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. Why Dr. Mike, you ask? He's the best. For over 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dentistry. That's right. He treats other doctors. He's the expert the experts call to handle the complex dental surgeries and procedures. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health, that's his top priority. So make your appointment and get your free dental implant consultation today. If you've already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. And don't forget, as the year's almost over, check your remaining benefits. You could have benefits ready to expire that you can use towards your dental procedure. 856-786-2020. VeneriaDental.com. VANARIA, my buddy, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month. A savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hello there, 925, Kayal and Company coming down the stretch on a Wednesday. Tony Bruno still up for grabs today when we give you the cue to call. A $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn so you can cash in on half-price chicken finger baskets and fries. Took my girls out. I won't name the place last Friday for dinner. And I did something rarely. I almost never do this. Like they got one. Hold on. No. I actually settled on a basket of chicken fingers and fries as a 41-year-old man. I was craving that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's very childish, right?
It is.
Chicken fingers and fries.
It is, and I have a lot of rules, but there's nothing wrong with that. I like some chicken fingers every
and
now
I was
then.
very satisfied with my selection. Felt great about myself.
By the way, Tony and Nick, Patrick Nolan on the YouTube chat says about Fight Club, none of this is funny. Do you guys know how many people die in these kind of fights every day? I remember a fight in front of a bar one day, and a dude died. The other dude died 15. The other dude did 15 years in prison till somebody dies. You got to stop with this. So Patrick wants us to stop with Fight Club.
Yeah, you're right. Let's cancel it.
So
why do people stand around with phones instead of breaking it up? They just stand around and film it.
It's a great
point.
Just
like at Brown University, all these people have cell phones inside the school, but we still don't have one of the guy who murdered people.
Right.
That's what I'm more concerned about.
Yeah.
Is how criminals are out there, and stupid drunk people have always been fighting outside of bars. But that's before we didn't have all the cell phone video because morons stand there. And if morons are going to take the time to stand out there and film this stuff and post it, then we're going to have to play it. And this is what is the term again? cautionary tale.
Thank you, Tony.
These videos are cautionary tales of how not to act.
Absolutely.
That woman in San Francisco, by the way, they doxed her and found out she worked for a healthcare company.
Yep.
So would you employ a woman like that who goes out there and gets into the faces and start using anti-Asian slurs in a Chinese restaurant in San Francisco and want her to work for you? This is how people should lose their jobs when they do things like this. She's grabbing the hair of an employee who she proceeded to call vile Asian names. And she can't get away with that. That's the good thing about having these videos, not the stupid fights, obviously, but this happens every night in every city in America.
Yeah. Yep.
It happens every stinking night.
It's out there for public consumption.
Yeah.
We analyze it, we comment on it, and maybe we can shame you along the way.
That's our job.
Yep.
Now, one of the jobs that I do that I've always done on the cut sheet for doing it as many years as I've done it, and Dawn has been with me for a lot of it, is I shine a light on what's happening out there.
Greg gives good cut sheet.
And there's a lot of fights happening. And if it gets views, a lot of views, then so be it. You know what I mean? But we're not gonna stop doing. One of our sales gals who I love, and we're not going to name her, Nick, but you know who she is. One of the sales girls I loves the station, says, I don't like Fight Club. I was like, yeah, I know. It's not for everybody. I understand that. She doesn't like the death pool either. And I said, I get it.
So I guess you won't be selling it?
It's not for anybody. It's not for everybody.
It's not for everybody.
But, we go with our guts here. And I think there's morbid curiosity with death pools. Right.
Yeah, by the way, is that website active still?
Keith Martin's website. I'm not sure. I believe it is.
Start working on
By the way,
picks.
Dick Van Dyke just passed 100 years old.
What a
2 days
legend.
ago.
Wow.
Dick Van Dyke has made it to the big 100.
He'll be,
awesome.
Should he be on the death list? The death pool for 2026?
I mean, I think the odds are in your favor of maybe checking one off.
By the way, I don't do
365.
death pools. I know people had me on the death pool.
True.
Oh,
You know, if that's what you want to do. If that floats your boat, go right ahead.
Don't say that.
Do you guys want to know, speaking of death pools, I like to, 6ABC released this the other day, and the in memoriam for 2025. A few names. Would you guys like to hear some people who died in 2025?
Yeah.
Sally Kirkland.
Okay.
Dick Cheney.
Right. We covered that.
Diane Ladd. Nick Mangold.
Jet.
June Lockhart. Ace Frehley.
Yep, we covered that.
D'Angelo. Remember the singer D'Angelo?
Yeah.
He died.
Absolutely, yeah.
Diane Keaton died. I like to read these because I always forget. I always forget Diane Keaton, Annie Hall. Absolutely.
Buck Rogers just died yesterday.
Who?
Remember Gil Gerard, the actor, was in Buck
Rogers.
In the
Yes.
26th century? 82 years old.
God bless him.
Died of cancer.
The guy from what's his whatchamacallit, he's 60, just died. They found him in his apartment this week.
Rob Reiner? No,
not Rob Reiner. He was in, what show was he? Oh God, now I'm drawing a blank. He was he was in the movie with Denzel Washington in Training.
Oh yes,
Inside Man.
Yes, I did see that story. I did see that. I know who you're talking
What the
about.
hell's his name? I forget.
Phil, Google it. Somebody
Gene
Google it.
Hackman, Diane Keaton.
Hang on.
Robert
Hang on. I'm going through them.
By the way, too, Keaton. Any relation to Michael Keaton?
Diane Keaton, no.
No, okay. Just wondering.
Jane Goodall.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know.
Jane Goodall, that's right.
The monkey lady.
She played with the monkey.
The
She said,
gorilla.
she's the
I know
woman that said,
everything.
would you like to touch my monkey? I think she said that. I heard that. Very, very famous.
Yeah, and then Mike Myers ripped her off on SNL.
Exactly.
Robert Redford died back in died back in September.
Yep.
Rick Davies from the Kinks.
The Kinks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Giorgio Armani.
Really?
Yeah.
Giorgio Armani, yeah. Yes.
Jerry Adler, the one of the famous
not Jerry Nadler.
No, Jerry Nadler. He's still waddling. He's out there in Providence this morning, waddling around with the other.
Is he the Providence, Rhode Island shooter?
Lonnie Anderson. Lonnie Anderson died back in August.
That's right.
Hulk Hogan
That's
also.
right.
Hulk Hogan also died back in August.
Yeah.
Chuck Mangione The jazz musician.
Good, man.
Yep.
No relation to Luigi.
Ozzy died back in July. Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Yep.
Remember him? Theo
Huxtable.
Huxtable. He died in 2025.
He drowned.
Connie Francis. She died in back in July. Bill Moyers. Brian Wilson. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys died back in June. Sly Stone from Sly and the Family Stone. He died back in June. Charlie Rangel. Charlie Rangel died back in May. Who else here? George Wendt, Norm from Cheers. He died this year.
Norm.
Pope Francis died this year. Val Kilmer. The great Val Kilmer died this year.
He had it coming. He was an awful Batman.
Oh, he was a great...
No, he was sick for a while. So I mean, that wasn't a stunner. But obviously, when you see people dying in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, it's just sad when everybody dies.
George Foreman died back in March.
Did he really? I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, this is a fun exercise. Not fun because I don't wish anybody.
Did you guys ever purchase the George Foreman grill?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Hated that thing.
Who didn't?
David Johansen, the great Buster Poindexter, or for music heads like Phil Almquist and myself, he fronted the legendary New York Dolls, who was probably probably one of the original punk bands out there. Gene Hackman died.
Gene Hackman. That was really weird how that we found out about that. But Buster Poindexter, his biggest hit was "Hot, Hot, Hot."
It was.
Which was that? I mean, but people didn't know him. Buster Poindexter was not his real name. David Johansen was his name. He was an amazingly talented guy.
Michelle Trachtenberg, remember her? She was on
Buffy the Vampire.
Harriet the Spy, Gossip Girl. Roberta Flack, she died back in February. Irv Gotti. Marianne Faithfull, the great singer-songwriter from the 60s. Garth Hudson from The Band died back in January.
Wait, you're stealing all of Phil Almquist's thunder here.
No, this is just it's a fun exercise to go back and see who died this year. Bob Uecker. Remember Bob Uecker died.
Baseball announcer.
Sam Moore from the soul group Sam and Dave, Soul Man. Peter Yarrow from Peter, Paul, and Mary. He died. So there you go. There's a complete list of everybody who died in 2025, at least celebrities.
3 biggest names: Hogan, Ozzy, and Hackman.
Yes.
My death power rankings.
Dawn, can you talk to us about Kitchen Magic?
Of course. Gotta have the magic. And this month, Kitchen Magic offering some great savings on the rooms that you use most, that we all use the most. So you get 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations just in time to refresh your home before the new year. Plus, you can lock in these 2025 prices for now, right now, protecting your budget and protecting you from any possible increases coming up in 2026. Family owned and proudly made right here in the USA, Kitchen Magic has been delivering high-quality craftsmanship since 1979, completely tariff-proof. Just visit them, take a tour of kitchenmagic.com, and learn more. Schedule your free design consultation today. Do this. Get this on the calendar today. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti. Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hoping to avoid the hassle of having to find your next ride? An auto lease buyout with American Heritage Credit Union may be the perfect option for you. With the colder months officially upon us, you'll want to stick with the car you know and love. Plus, you'll be making the most of your ride's current value by enjoying no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Your open road, your freedom, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:41 here on a Wednesday morning. Coming up in a few minutes, your chance to get a $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn. And we will tell you how and when in just a few moments as we continue and put a bow on the cut sheet with Tony.
We were talking about the that Vanity Fair article that Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, did. And you mentioned in this that she called J.D. Vance a conspiracy theorist,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So J.D. Vance was asked about that at the press conference yesterday in Albertus.
Such a great response.
Pennsylvania, in the Lehigh Valley yesterday, and this was his response. This is 25.
Vice President Jacob Bogage from the Washington Post. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
Unfortunately, I have to ask a bit of an off-topic question from affordability because news events do intervene, and that is the interviews that White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles gave to Vanity Fair, in which she's quoted as referring to you as, excuse me, and again, not my words, sir, but a conspiracy theorist of a decade, and described your transformation from someone who once opposed President Trump to now his vice president as an act of political expediency. And I'd like to give you the chance to respond to that, sir.
Well, first of all, if Susie, I'll trust what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I of course have heard about it, but conspiracy theorist. Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true. And by the way, Susie and I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time. For example, I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we should actually let them develop some language skills. You know, I believed in this crazy conspiracy theory that the media and the government were covering up the fact that Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job. And I believed in the conspiracy theory that Joe Biden was trying to throw his political opponents in jail rather than win an argument against his political opponents. So, at least on some of these conspiracy theories, it turns out that a conspiracy theory is just something that was true 6 months before the media admitted it. And that's my understanding.
Handled that beautifully. 3 for 3 on the conspiracy theories. I also like to say it's a opinion that is viewed controversial, that is really not controversial. You just have the brains and the balls to say it, and say it before it becomes undeniable. So we've seen a lot of that play out since 2020, have we not? I mean, the conspiracy theorist, Tony, in baseball, if you hit 300, you go to the Hall of Fame. The conspiracy theorists since 2020 are probably batting about 650.
Mm-hmm. No, I heard you guys having the discussion earlier about the Josh Shapiro versus the vice president coming up in the election in 2026, 3 years away, by the way. And Josh is already campaigning. I mean, that's all he does.
Yep.
He posts selfies. He's self-important. And I heard the whole thing about the woman problem. The problem, like the Vanity Fair thing was another good story. By the way, Vanity Fair is the same magazine, the Woman's Magazine, who refused to put Melania Trump on the cover at all, but had Michelle Obama and Dr. Jill Biden on the cover multiple times. Tell me how that's a legitimate news operation. I know she's a Philly girl. And by the way, Joe, why were you wearing the hat of the Eagles when they lost the Super Bowl when you were at the Eagles the other day?
I saw that. I saw that online, and I chuckled about that. That is an amazing little factoid there, Tony Bruno.
That's what I notice. That's what I do. When I'm not in my deathbed, I say, "What's Joe Biden doing up there?"
Here's
glad-handing it. He didn't go to the Army-Navy game. By the way, Baltimore is closer to where Joe Biden lives in Delaware than the Philadelphia Eagles game on Sunday was. And I know, obviously, he had Secret Service, and they took him there. But why would you not go to the Army-Navy game, but go to the Eagles game on Sunday? That's the question that I have.
You made a great, and I didn't even notice this. So for those who aren't paying attention to the Eagles on Sunday, so Joe Biden was present for the Eagles-Raiders game after all the snow came through, and he was wearing the Eagles hat the year they lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. That's what you're saying, correct?
Yes.
Exactly.
Who the hell does that? They've won a Super Bowl since.
I know. It's amazing.
Last year they won the Super Bowl.
Right.
The year before that they lost. They played Kansas City, and of course they could have won that game too. It came down to the wire. But Joe Biden, couldn't somebody give him like an accurate, the most up to date Eagles championship hat? This guy was the president of the United States.
That is called stupid.
By the way, too,
Thank you, Merrill.
He was at the Eagles game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Nobody gave a
yes.
Nobody cared. Like
I know. Did you see the video?
Yes,
they were showing him, and nobody said anything.
I know.
The fans, like he was up in the booth waving.
You have to. It's like you have to take Pop-Up out every Sunday
Yep.
and just let him wave. Just let him wave to people, and everybody waves back.
Well, it's like we're gonna take Grandpa out for some fresh air.
John Fetterman was discussing the boat strikes, and again breaking from his party.
Good night, everybody.
With his thoughts on what's about how these are just random boat strikes, and this administration is just operating haphazardly and just shooting random fishing boats of people just out there trying to catch some bass.
Bacala.
Yeah. This is 38, Phil.
What did you learn, Senator, that gave you any comfort that we're not heading?
By the way, we'd like to fun fact and rewind it here. Tony, I don't know if you know this because we were discussing Katie Pavlich and how she's going to be in
News Nation.
Yeah, she's got her own 10 o'clock news at night. Or is it News Nation, News Buzz, News Whiz, News Without?
Yep.
Which channel is she going on to?
So this clip is from Chris Cuomo's show on News Nation. We determined, and this is not a joke. This is
Not a
us
joke.
spiking a football. We have more listeners on WPHT on our app than News Nation has in its primetime viewing. So last night,
which one is News Nation? Is that what Chris Cuomo?
Yes,
is
sir.
that where he's on?
Yes, sir. So this is from
Then
News
there's
Nation.
News
Chris
Max,
Cuomo.
right?
Yes,
Which
yeah.
one is
Newsmax?
Which one is more popular? Newsmax, News Nation.
Newsmax.
Yeah,
Newsmax is more popular. I think.
Yeah, I think it's Fox, then MS.
Neither of them are very popular.
I think as far as viewers go, I think it goes Fox, MSNBC, CNN, Newsmax, News Nation, OAN.
Yep.
So nobody heard this last night. More people are going to hear it right now. Roll this.
What did you learn, Senator, that gave you any comfort that we're not heading into some kind of extended military exercise around Venezuela or in Venezuela?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was pretty comprehensive, and this idea, some things out in the media, it's kind of putting out this that the military is just picking off any boat that comes across. That's just not true. I mean, there's extensive intelligence, and they know exactly who's on that boat, and they know what's actually on that boat right now. And it's quite frequently they decline to take it and to move on those things. When they move on those kinetic kinds of strikes, they have absolute confidence that who's on it and what's on it, and that's exactly what it's about. They're not just going around randomly just shooting boats and those things. That's just not the fact.
Wow, John Fetterman from downtown.
He keeps saying things like that. Democrats are going to load him on the next boat.
Oh my God!
There's no doubt about it.
They're already working on primarying him.
Oh, he's in 2028 when his 6 years are up. He's done.
Wow.
There's no chance he retains.
Maybe not.
You think? I mean, he's actually more favorable with Republicans.
Yeah.
Which is staggering because he still votes with Democrats 96% of the time.
Yeah, that's the problem. Democrats, he votes against Democrats one time and the entire party turns on him, right? But he votes 99% of the time with Democrats.
Yeah.
And so that shows you just how intolerant they are, that anybody dare step out of the bubble.
Yeah.
Anybody dare step out of the bubble. And that's what Fetterman looks at things on an individual basis.
Yeah.
Why can't anybody appreciate that from
Exactly.
the guy?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by the way, anything he said, any Democrat could back up what he said. Like, you think that they're just willy nilly firing on
You think
boats,
they're just blowing up boats for shooting practice?
It's effing ridiculous. It's effing ridiculous. And if John Fetterman can see it, you're telling me Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer can't see it? Or Chris Murphy or any of these guys?
Oh, going started on Chris Murphy.
All right, let's. Should we do the giveaway?
Let's do the thing. Caller 12.
What?
That's right. Caller 12.
Okay. 12.
At 855-839-1210 gets the $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn, the proud presenter of Tony Bruno.
Yeah.
Each and every Wednesday here on Kayal and Company for Finger Frenzy Wednesday. Every Wednesday at the Jug, 7 to 10 p.m. You get
Don't forget the Tony Bruno sauce.
Yeah.
The Tony Bruno sauce is on the menu. I don't mean when you spill it, it's on the menu. I mean it's actually on the embossed menu when you go to the Jug Handle Inn.
By the way, you know what they ought to do? They ought to throw a little variable in here. In addition to the wet sauce, Tony Bruno sauce. What about a Bruno dry rub?
Ooh.
I love a dry rub every once in a while,
so
but you
do
got to
I.
make sure to lubricate afterwards, though, because you don't want to get any chafing on your wing.
Exactly
You know what I'm saying?
right. Damn right.
Yeah.
Half price baskets, fingers and fries right now. Caller 12 855-839-1210.
Dawn, wet sauce or dry rub? What say you?
Oof. I'm going to go with the wet sauce.
I think you would agree with that.
I'm a big dry rub fan, but I understand it.
Believe me, you will guzzle.
Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Piazza, because we're broadcasting from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles studios here in Odyssey World headquarters. You know, it's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. You get clearance deals, and these are awesome deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda. 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. What about leasing a new Honda Accord? That's just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both of those for 36-month leases. Hurry into Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Not you, David, because he thinks he's getting a Piazza Honda for Christmas. Get a job, kiddo.
Yeah.
I get a Mercedes before he gets a, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have to.
Mama needs a Mercedes
Mama
before
needs a Mercedes.
before David gets a Ridgeline or whatever.
He would take anything.
Anything.
Greg Stalker.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, happy Honda Days. Experience the wonder of happy Honda Days while the clearance deals do last. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, Bills Happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to BillsHappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to BillsHappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. BillsHappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com for the cash you need now. BillsHappen.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
9:59, Kayal and Company, as we get ready to hand it off to Dawn Stensland, the big 3, and what occurred today in music history in a moment. But first, we have Jennifer in the Northeast, who is our winner of the $50 gift card for the Jug Handle Inn. Jennifer, congratulations.
Hello.
Half price fingers and fries, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't forget that Tony Bruno sauce.
I will.
Don't forget it. Right on the menu. Now, Jennifer, do you like sauce or a dry rub normally?
It depends. If it's not too spicy.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's all about the flavor.
Then I do like the sauce. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, baby.
Well, Jennifer, Merry Christmas and enjoy your gift card.
Thank you. You too.
There you go. There
Thank
she
you,
is.
Jennifer. Love you.
Jennifer in the Northeast.
Especially if you're attractive.
Exactly right.
She is. She's gorgeous.
All right.
Picture her now.
Sounded hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you never can really tell. All right, let's find out what occurred today
I tried to help him.
He's such a pig.
I tried to help.
in music history.
I know you did. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mike Mills from R.E.M., Paul Rogers from Free, The Firm, and Bad Company, Neil Christopher from 3 Days Grace, and Ryan Key from Yellow Card. Sing include Welcome to Wherever You Are by Bon Jovi in 2005. Albums include Hunky Dory by Bowie in 71, Boys in Heat by Britney Fox in 89, and Kerplunk by Green Day in 91. Also in 63, James Carroll in D.C. became the first DJ to broadcast a Beatles record on American radio. His stewardess girlfriend brought it back from the UK. In 86, Wade Newton won a $19.2 million lawsuit versus NBC News, who claimed he was linked to organized crime. In 67, the Beatles film Magical Mystery tore his screen for the very first time at a Beatles fan club party. In 65, Judy Garland played the first concert at the Houston Astrodome. And in 89, The Simpsons premiered.
Yeah!
But
really?
lastly, on this day in 2022, Metallica was topped the mainstream rock chart with Lux Eterna. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
So today in 89 was the first day The Simpsons appeared as a show.
As a show, yes.
But in 87, they debuted with the Tracy Ullman show,
That is
right?
correct.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So it's not the first time they premiered. The show The Simpsons premiered with the...
where they were the main...
Yeah, Santa's Little Helper was that one, right? With
Yes.
the dog and the... love that.
So today was the first Sunday night episode, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, Tony, you want to stick around for some of Dawn's news?
Absolutely.
Let's do a stinking
Tony.
big three.
I got no,
It's the Big
I got
Three
no place to go.
with Dawn Stensland.
He's got no place to go!
place to go.
Harry can't log off quick enough.
I got no place
Tony
to go!
Bruno, you and your sauce. You
No
always,
particular place
you always
to
have
go.
a home here.
Yes.
You've got a friend.
Dawn likes more contributors.
More.
More
More
men.
More men. Especially Tone in his beautiful red. Looks a little Santa-ish.
Yeah.
Sexy
Oh, look, did you
Santa-ish.
see my Santa on there? Look.
Yeah, look at.
Yeah.
See?
Bruno Claus.
I know.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there. By the way, we're 30 away from 400. So I need 30 people right now to hit that
30?
thumbs up button because we're 30 away from 400. Dawn, come on. 30 people.
30 people.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit that thumbs up button. All right.
31.
I apologize.
So we are sponsored this morning by First Harvest Credit Union, and this morning the dignified transfer. President Trump will be joining grieving families. President Donald J. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump traveling this morning to Dover Air Force Base. So technically, it's a local story, Greg Stocker, because they're in Dover, Delaware.
Yes.
For the dignified transfer of these two, and here we're seeing their pictures. The two Iowa National Guardsmen killed in that attack in Syria that happened last weekend. We've talked a lot about it, and so many tributes as we've been talking about with these young men. The Army says the two guardsmen, Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Chovar, who was 25 years young from Des Moines, and Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard, who was 29 of Marshalltown, and an interpreter identified as Ayad Mansour Sakat of Michigan. They were killed. 3 additional Iowa National Guard soldiers were wounded in the attack that happened, and that was the 1st Squadron, 113th Cavalry Regiment soldiers conducting that key leader engagement as part of their ongoing assigned mission in the counter-ISIS and counter-terrorism efforts in that region. So many flags across the nation at half-staff and certainly in their home states. But President Trump, that's why he'll be in Dover. He and the First Lady will be in Dover, Delaware for this solemn ceremony.
Why do we have troops in Syria? I'm just curious. Do you know, what they're doing there?
It's so in this one, we don't have a ton, but I believe that this was
An
like
embassy,
that counter ISIS, counterterrorism efforts. I think they've been there. This is not new.
Yeah.
So
I'm not criticizing. I'm just curious. I'm just genuinely curious why we still have troops there, because
and also the new president of Syria is apparently now involved in helping us keep the Taliban or ISIS out.
Right.
And as you can see, there's still pockets of ISIS activity all over in these countries.
This is the guy that is.
We have our troops there.
Yeah, this is the successor to Bashir Assad, right?
And so Ahmed al-Sharaa, he's the new one,
Right.
the new president, I believe, who overthrew al-Assad. But I believe that he's the one who was fairly recently. Yes, he was fairly recently on the set with Fox News anchor Brett Baer, which that was really different. That we don't see that in history that often. But he was in the White House in the Oval Office with President Trump. And not everybody was happy about this, right? But President Trump was asked about this just this week, and he said that Syria's new president, who was just here, he and the president called, we're talking over the phone about this, and that he assured President Trump and wanted the message sent that he was, quote, sick about this, that this is a rebel. These are ISIS-type terror rebels.
I don't trust that nation as far as I can throw it. I don't care who the president is or whatever they call, their dictated leaders over there. I don't trust any of them as far as I can throw them. I think we should get, and ipso facto says we have troops all over. Yes, I realize we have troops all over the country. I'm not saying that. I think we should pull troops out of all of these effing countries.
Because you don't want us to be the world's police.
100%. Every single country, get our troops out of there. We don't need to be there.
Won't happen, but
let these animals destroy one another. Who cares?
So number 2, this is our big 3. And again, we are sponsored this morning by Harvest Credit Union. Let's talk about it. As number 2, I'll just incorporate this. We are on verdict watch. I talked about this story first thing this morning. We are all watching for the verdict, possibly. And here you see Atlantic City's Mayor Marty Small, his wife, his family under fire. He's been on trial, and his case has gone to the jury now. So what will they say? Is this a father who was dealing with a difficult situation with a teenage daughter, disrespect in his home with the boyfriend and the daughter up in the bedroom and a lot of yelling? Or is it as he is accused? He's charged with child abuse, his underage, she's not 18, teen daughter. And the claim here is that he beat her with a broom. He vehemently, Mayor Small vehemently denies this. But he could face time behind jail.
Yeah, I mean,
look, Dawn, what is the streak now of Atlantic City mayors going to jail or being arrested?
What are you laughing at?
It's true. Tony's right. The streak of Atlantic City mayor corruption and going to jail must be off the charts. And
it is. I mean, it's got to be a new record.
Can I tell you something?
Exactly.
So Dan Borowski, lives in New Jersey. We've been talking about this because, okay, I know that there's this history of corruption and whatnot. But on the other side, if you've met Mayor Small, he's like the nicest guy. No, he's like a big, lovable.
I'm not condemning the guy. I'm just saying that there seems to be every time an Atlantic City mayor gets in, they try to arrest him for something.
It's the first thing I thought about too. It's like, oh, Atlantic City corruption. That's what I thought it was. And when he said he beat his daughter with a broom, I'm like, maybe little girl deserved it. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So what you're seeing if you're watching on YouTube, all of the evidence that they presented, that the daughter had a CAT scan, an EKG, all kinds of lab work on the teenager. No acute injuries were found from any hospital testing, nothing of that nature. And so in his defense, he's saying there's zero medical evidence that my daughter was quote unquote abused or beaten. And he blames this manipulative boyfriend.
Yeah.
It's the boyfriend.
It's always the men, right?
Good father or domestic abuser. You make the call.
Here it is, though. Like, I got to say this. Like, if more fathers were present in lives like this, and I'm not, look, I have a son. I'm not condoning corporal punishment or anything like that. But like Nick always says, you have a father that'll give 5 across the eye, especially to a boy, over things. Their behavior turns out a little differently than these punks that we were just talking about.
Yeah, probably not going to have 275 priors.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm saying. So, maybe, teenage girls can be difficult, right, Dawn?
I say this all the time that I have, boys.
Yep.
Well, I mean, and I married a single dad, so Saint Stacia, as I call her, because I was like career woman. My friends are like, "Are you crazy? You're marrying this like older guy with like 13-year-old." But Stacia's a saint. Like, I'm so lucky. I had the one girl in the universe.
Is a saint.
She helped you out, right?
She's so. Oh,
she's an amazing human.
She is. So I hit the jackpot, right?
But not the Powerball.
But no, I mean, girls can be high drama, and so that's just it with this jury. Do they give this dad he got on the stand and bawled his eyes out?
What's the makeup of the jury? Do we know?
And so I think it's pretty, it's a pretty even Steven, but I think women are gonna. I think if you are a parent or grandparent and you've raised kids. Sometimes, like, I know with my teenage sons, I was like, if you go to a girl's house, you do not go up to her bedroom. And they're like, we're doing homework. I'm like, you leave that door open and you make sure you show respect.
Yeah, you're one of those.
You're one of those.
See,
it was different in my house because I'm a boy, so like I was a little bit more. My parents were a little bit more lenient with me with that type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not talking about my house.
They
I'm
shouldn't
talking
have
about
been.
the dad's.
They shouldn't have been.
Girl's house.
Yeah, no, I get you. But if I was a girl, my family would not have been lenient with me whatsoever.
No. But that's what this dad is saying.
Mhm.
He's saying this boy was causing all these problems, and they're up there, and he admits, he goes, "Yeah, I got upset, I yelled, I screamed."
The charges?
Yeah.
Dawn, who filed the charges against the mayor? That's what I'd like to know. I
Well,
don't know how this whole thing even started.
Yeah, so the boyfriend was the one who recorded the family arguments. He recorded it.
It's the boyfriend.
Video
It's
or
the
audio?
boyfriend. It's his phone. It's a teenage boy.
It's the boyfriend. It's 100% the boyfriend, in my opinion, setting this whole thing up. In my opinion, again. So, all right, let's go around the room. How do we think the jury's going to...
Well, if it's on video, it's going to be pretty easy to say whether this was
Only
physical.
yelling.
Physical.
Nothing physical.
Oh, so there's no video of the broom.
No.
Okay. I'm going to say acquitted.
I would agree with you. Tony Bruno, what do you
What do
say?
you say, Tone?
Yeah, I think, I don't know all the details, but if
yes.
it's on tape and he's just yelling, this is a bad boyfriend who's trying to punish the dad.
Yep.
The dad of a daughter who went through all these tests, as you pointed out, and there was no visible evidence of abuse. So I would think he would get off in an Atlantic City jury.
I believe. Here's my un-PC analysis of this. I believe if the jury is made up of half men and half women, or around there, and it is more African American women on this, I believe they're going to side with the father. I think white men would be the ones siding against the father. Black men probably would side with
white
the father.
men in Atlantic City?
Yeah,
Are there white men in Atlantic City?
I mean,
a male, possibly white.
If it's
only one of the 12 jurors is black.
What? Yeah. Oh, that's
not good
disgraceful.
I think fathers, regardless, are
9
gonna,
women, 5 men.
I think fathers are going to side with this guy,
9
especially if you have daughters.
No.
Would you give him the benefit of the doubt?
I disagree with you. I think that the women would side with the father because they know how see you next Tuesday girls can be.
But think about this: you have no video evidence of the alleged broom beatdown.
No medical.
You have no medical to support any abuse, and you have a 15-year-old boy or whatever his age is that maybe has sour grapes because the old man is protective of his girl. He's going to be acquitted, and he's in government.
And
he's a Democrat.
That makeup of only one African American is disgraceful. It really is, especially in Atlantic City. I'm sorry.
The bad job of the defense attorney trying to voir dire the jury.
Way bad. White dudes, I'm telling you, they're going to be like, oh, the poor girl. Oh, the poor. I'm telling you, women, especially black women, will be like, she had it coming.
I think it depends.
Well, maybe I'm a
They're kicking
black
their boobies
woman.
down the street.
I also
women walking around with their boobies dangling.
What if Joy Reid was on the jury?
Tony Bruno. Tony's looking at like they've lost their minds. No, I don't know. Like, I think that in this one, if there's no tangible evidence, and this man is in his own home, and they have enough, they've created enough doubt. That's all you need is the benefit of the doubt, right?
Agreed.
I think that if I didn't have the evidence, and this big, I mean, he's like a 6'4", 6'5", like a big teddy bear dad.
He's a big guy.
up there. He was sobbing if you saw him last week, he was crying his eyes out in court saying, I love my
It's
daughter.
not like he stole it's not like he stole everybody's tax dollars and went to the casino and blew it all on black. You know what I mean? At the roulette wheel.
That's true. So this isn't actually, Tony, this isn't actually an upgrade for Atlantic City.
Yeah, they're dialing it back a little bit these days.
It's like, oh, you only beat up your daughter? Great, come on in.
Stop. It's a sin. So we're watching that one very carefully. We want to do this follow-up story, and this one is on a couple of cop killers, as we say. And you guys will remember the story that we had talked about this. That was just shameful. These
bike rides.
thugs. Remember this?
In
Vegas.
Vegas, yeah.
Pair of killers pleaded guilty to running over this retired police chief during the teens crime spree.
Oh God! Oh, I see that, and it just infuriates
This was
me.
for
over this gentleman.
social media clout, right?
Yes.
Wasn't this like a
Look at
TikTok
these-
challenge? Or?
Look at these punks.
Yep.
Look at these. Oh God, my
Gas
blood is
'em.
boiling. Why are you doing this to me at 10:15?
Yeah.
Oh God, this.
If I recall, Dawn, it was a Sunday morning.
Yes.
Guy's
he
going
was.
for his bike ride.
He just retired to Vegas from California, beloved in his California community, Police Chief Andreas Probst, and he's riding his bicycle, living his best life there in Nevada. And these two thugs come along, Jesus Alaya, who's 20, Hizmar Keys, who's 18.
Look at
with all their tattoos.
Look at their dead eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, put them
Soulless.
6 feet underground.
Look at this guy. Look at this real winner.
So the 20-year-old accepted a plea deal, landing him a sentence of 20 years to life, while the 18-year-old gets a life term also as an 18-year to life in his plea deal.
The idea that either one of these could be out before they're age 40 is insane.
Wait, say that again.
They both, the minimum, so they both got about 2 decades, about 20 years to life. So my question is because this is not a federal crime, right? It's a state level crime.
Premeditated, though.
And so with gain time, I just wonder,
I can't watch this.
I pray to God that they don't have gain time.
They targeted and gunned this guy down basically in their vehicle. Now, they didn't shoot him. I'm saying just gunning it with one gas pedal.
Ran him over.
Yeah.
Just ran him over,
Yeah, it's
cold-blooded.
hideous. It's absolutely
and
hideous.
Left this man to die on the side of a road.
These people, these two thugs should get the electric chair.
The year is 2045, and they could be back out on the streets.
Yeah,
Well,
with half a
my-
life left to live.
My fear is do they get game time? Because they're going to go up for parole over and over. And so they could be in their 30s when they start really applying for parole.
What was that video you were just playing, Dan Borowski? Are they laughing up on
Yeah,
the...
remember they were
this?
filming this on their phone.
God.
Four seats apart from each other in district court Tuesday to set a trial date. 18-year-old Jesus Ayala and 16-year-old Jameer Keys were seen giggling,
Yeah, he's still
conversing,
giggling, yes.
covering their faces from media, and flipping off the Probst family.
How can you sit there after taking a man's life and act like such an entitled
the victim's daughter?
Yeah. Oh, so
Good for her.
Good for
If
her.
I were the judge in that courtroom right there, I would have had a couple of bailiffs come in, get the zip ties behind the back, and take these two clowns outside.
Yep.
And leave them to die in the desert.
And if you can't stop laughing, I'm going to put a mask or duct tape over your face.
Put these sweet boys in Gen Pop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
How about that?
they'll be taken care of.
Exactly.
Not K-pop, though. That
No,
would be too much
no.
fun.
Gen Pop.
Yeah.
General population.
Oh, it's just that story is infuriating.
And not Corn Pop either. He's a bad dude.
I like that sentence is not good enough.
No.
I
Right? Like
agree.
they need to die like the dogs they are.
If this happened in
the dogs they
Alabama,
are.
if this happened in Alabama, it would be 40 to life, or life without the possibility of parole.
Poor family.
The whole what they did to that guy should be done to them, and the family of that gentleman that they ran over should be allowed to do that as they're trying to escape.
Like Hunger Games.
Yes, as they're trying to escape, and instead of a car, they get like a Mack truck.
Hey, how about this? While they're getting their asses kicked in prison, why don't we send the guards in with phones and live stream it?
That'd be great.
And we can get some likes and some social media clout.
Amen.
Number 3 in our big 3, still sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. This is our the most beautiful First Lady ever in America. First Lady Melania Trump.
I see you guys.
This is a big day. It's the big premiere day because we get a first look at her upcoming film, which I know that was exclusively shown, a little premiere on Fox. It's Melania. She's the Muse. That's her Secret Service name, Muse. Set to hit theaters worldwide. 104-minute film set to hit theaters globally. That'll be January 30th, and it will appear across North America, South America, Asia, Europe, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates, and more. So Amazon will also launch a documentary series in the coming months. But in this one, we see the behind the scenes of Melania, and it's her story.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. House here walking.
Good morning. My proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker and the fire.
Showing the heels.
Yeah, show me more.
Stilettos, the gowns.
Did they show her underwear drawer that they raided?
Without probable cause, by
I know,
the
we
way.
didn't even get to the Mar-a-Lago story.
Yeah.
But this is Melania Trump, the behind the scenes, and I think this is brilliant because she's controlling her own message. So she has her own film company, if you will.
There's Barron.
Her own production company. There's Barron. There are the heels. Yeah.
How tall is she, Dawn, by the way?
I believe she's
Without
5'11".
She's-
Without heels.
And,
right.
and Trump's 6'4"?
Yeah, 6'3", 6'4".
How the hell do they get Barron to be 6'9"?
I'd say it's her. I mean, they're both tall parents, but remember where she's from.
Her side of the family.
Beyond the Iron
Yeah.
Curtain. Her people are some tall people.
Right, because Eric and Don are both 6'1"-ish, maybe.
Mhm.
Like Stalker's height.
Yeah, it's Melania.
Excuse me, I'm 6'2".
But-
Excuse me.
I'm 5'10",
You
by
think
the
a
way.
lot of people will go to the theaters on January? Seriously, this is
No.
a serious question.
No.
You know, a lot of these
Nobody's gonna
movies
see
go
this
in
but
the
Dawn.
theaters, and then
Dawn's
a
gonna
week-
Dawn's gonna
Come
watch
on.
the 4 p.m.
later.
and the 8 p.m.
Yeah,
showing.
we'll have to have our group.
Yeah.
We'll have our own posse.
Is this an IMAX? Is this
IMAX?
IMAX or is this a?
Dawn,
Can I watch this in 3D?
Dawn, I hate to burst your bubble.
What?
Nobody's going to the theater to see this. Nobody.
Well, or they'll stream, and then
Nobody's
it'll
gonna stream it
eventually.
either. Nobody's going to stream
It'll be like F1. I still haven't seen Brad Pitt in F1.
There should be a straight to Netflix documentary.
Well, that's what I thought. Like, I
That's
thought it was
okay.
going to be
Yeah.
I thought I heard that they did a deal with Prime Video or something. Is
Okay,
that true?
people. Now see you're challenging me. We got to have like we got to fly Miss Robin in. We got to have like a big party,
A lady party?
a big lady, a posse.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to see this. Nobody's going to see this movie.
You, Robin, will
You might
fly
be
Susie
surprised.
Cool up. Kathy Barnett will go.
Kathy Barnett,
Linda Kearns.
Linda Kearns, who's going to be here today.
Be
Love
9
that.
people in the theater.
I love that.
Yeah.
Like, let's broads on broad, and you guys can do
Broads
you guys can
Broads
do,
on Hollywood.
Is that a morning show already? Did
I-
they try that on local TV cable?
I think they did.
Yeah, I think Anthony Gargano failed with that too.
Oh
How
my
about
goodness.
crossing
God.
broads? How about if we got crossing broads and it's just the women
And crossing
across
guards.
Broad Street in front of City Hall? Yeah.
Exactly right.
Dawn, I will bet you.
You know what?
See, he's challenging me, ladies.
I'm going to give you
Gotta
guys
show him up.
Here's a prediction. You're going to have a bunch of raging liberal Karens that show up to protest this movie
You're,
at a
you're,
theater.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
1
They'll be
billion %
protesting
right.
outside.
You're 1 billion. Well, for
Calling her a
that,
communist and
actually,
an illegal alien.
Actually, for that, maybe conservative women will go see it just to show up
Show our solidarity.
those liberal bat-ass crazy women.
That's right.
I could see it now. I'm driving past the Plymouth Meeting Mall where the AMC theater is,
Yeah.
and you have conservative broads that love
And
Melania.
they'll all be in heels and hats and dressed up.
and liberal
Sarah-
Karens with purple hair, and you guys are going to be at like the picket line fighting.
Sarah Weiss is in.
Sarah, you're in? All right,
Robin,
you got to do this.
Robin's
Miss
in.
Robin.
Kimmy's
Woo!
in.
Kimmy, Suze.
Yeah. So
Come on.
all right. You.
What about Susie Cool? Is she
Susie
in?
Cool.
Can my
Suze
can my
loves
can my
Jesse-
can my wife
Jeffy.
go?
Kristen Kale.
Can Saint Kristen go?
Saint Stacia.
Yeah.
All right, Saint
I don't know
Kristen.
if she'll really want to go. I just want to get her out of the house.
You can take your daughters. Is it? She can take your
No,
daughters.
There
Is
could
it?
be a fight club. We could have a Code Pink. All of those skanks showing up there like they always do. We could have a throwdown. Like all the conservative women wear the high heels,
I like it.
get all dolled up, and then the Code Pink squabble show up.
So
Imagine that throwdown in the parking lot.
Dawn, Lisa McHale says she's in. So we have.
Let's
there's
do this.
there's a lot of interest in this.
I'm serious. This will be so
all right,
much fun.
Okay, all right. I'll work on
Dr.
this.
Mary
over.
Mass.
All we need is a Taylor Swift movie to be out at the same time in the theaters.
I'll work on this over Christmas break.
Let's do it.
A broads on broad.
Woo! This would be so much fun.
We need to find a movie theater on Broad Street so we can
There
call
are
it
no
Broad.
more movie
I
theaters
know.
on Broad. We used to have the Broadway Theater at Broad and Snyder.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Then we had the Dante Theater on Broad Street, which is now a catering place.
Yeah.
Up there closer to St. Rita's on South Broad Street. But there's no more movie theaters on Broad Street.
Dan Borowski is challenging you. He said there's an AMC at 1600 Broad.
Mhm. There is.
So
how about that?
All right.
that.
All right.
Where?
Or the Keswick.
1600 Broad.
Hey, that's an
Keswick.
idea. I like that idea.
Yeah, but that's not Broad.
I know.
It
but-
needs to.
Just
Okay,
go
we
on,
don't-
go on,
so
go
we
on
don't
to
have
like,
your alliteration.
go to KOP. Do something classy.
Just before Cecil B. Moore Tony.
This will be more.
Woohoo!
Might get shot.
Oh, that's North Broad Street. North Broad Street. Okay, you're right.
See,
right.
So I'm thinking of
Broad's
South
on Broad. I like that.
I like it. Let's work on
I like it too.
We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Harvest the rewards of smart banking. First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth checking account. You earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while you enjoy flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth. Checking for details. Membership restrictions do apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for a big three. Tony Bruno and your sauce. We love you, man.
We love you,
man.
man.
Love you all. We've got the great
Thank
Allie
you, guys.
Hopper, where this is important. As you know, she is a woman who has fought against really a crusade where she's joined by many now and feeling supported. Fighting against human trafficking and child trafficking. We're going to get an important update from the one and only Allie Hopper. Stay tuned. Be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Bills Happen.
You don't have to wait until January to work on your financial goals for next year. Sherry Greco-Rikis of EP Wealth in Chicago says saving money in 2026 will be a matter of set it and forget it.
Just automate it. Just have it go out of your account and go into a high interest savings.